Greetings, chat. Greetings. Greetings. Back with some official time slot streams. Umineko continues today and tomorrow. Returnal should start next week. Sorry for the disruption this week with the link. There we go. That's good. All right, send now. Publish. Confirm. There we go. All right, how's it going, everybody? Kind streamer. You miss Echo, Joe? Good morning. Less echo. Yeah, it should be much better. Do you want to know why it should be much better? Let me show you why it's so much better. All right. This is my setup right now. This is the real Umiden. Oh no. Transform. Fit the screen. This is the real Umiden. There you go. That's my setup right now. Rate my setup. Genius. I think so too. I think so too. The mods helped me workshop it. Blankets should go around the side too. The blanket's not long enough to do that, unfortunately. If I had another blanket, I would, but I only have one blanket right now. Joe's in the closet. I am in the closet. Yeah, I'm in the closet. I'm sorry. Pro tip, you can use Control F to full screen any source. Oh, can you? As long as the source is activated or like selected, you can just press Control F? Okay, cool, thank you. Maybe I knew that already and I forgot. Have you considered streaming from IKEA? Moncton does not have an IKEA. The only IKEA thing that Moncton has is like a place where you can order stuff and go pick it up. Moncton does not have an IKEA. Insane Moncton? Yeah, I know. I know. Pro tip, you can hold PC's power button to auto adjust volume settings. Oh, I couldn't try that. Thank you. Balder, why didn't you tell me that? Can I get a happy birthday? You can get a happy birthday. I'm Nash OK. Happy birthday. Will you be moving out of Moncton anytime soon? Not sure. Hopefully. New chair, squeaky one. This is a squeaky chair. If you're happy and you know it, let's hear a squeak. If you're happy and you know it, let's hear a squeak. Oh, not happy. Okay. We're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Okay. I have a different monitor placement, so I'm going to be a little out of sorts because now I have to look to the right to see chat instead of looking to the left, and I'm used to looking to the left, so sorry if I don't read chat as much today. It's a reading day anyway, so it should be fine. I just came in. What the fuck am I looking at? This is how I'm streaming right now to get rid of the echo. It can go. It's the Umiden. Hey, as long as I've got you here, I'd like to recommend Eterna Noctis. It's a top 3 favorite Metroidvania, very challenging and fun. How does it compare to Nine Sols and Hollow Knight? Can you explain Angry Birds to the chatters who don't get it? Nope, I can't. No. If you don't know, I'm not going to inflict that on you. You can go find out. If it's that important to you. When are you streaming Angry Birds? How is Northern Lion always streaming Trick Shot Simulator? Should I stream that? Is it good? What even is it? Sereth will disown you. Oh yeah, that was the discussion yesterday. Yeah, that's true. Le discourse. It's Tataris. Oh, it is hot in here. Oh no. I think it was in a state of half consciousness last night where I tried to explain to you if you'd like Persona 2. It was inconclusive. I was in a state of half consciousness when I was streaming last night, so it's solidarity, yeah. I think maybe I should not have streamed last night, but it was, you know, it was fun to play Helldivers. It's the only real game. No facade, just gameplay. Wow. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your robes. That is one of the biggest, like, the kids say cringe too much these days when things aren't cringe, and I'm one of those persons. But that was, like, legit, genuine cringe watching that video. Like, top 5 cringes of all time for me. The take off all your robes video. Oh my god. Trickshot is a Q&A stream game type. Okay. Cat girls or bunny girls, Joe? This is important. Which is better? Wow, you are not keeping track of all the red statements that I've made on stream, Daniel Locke. You know, as a treat, I will answer directly. Bunny girls. Bunny girls over cat girls. Concerning Eternal Noctis, it's much more platforming focused and the game is pretty huge in size. The difficulty ceiling is really high. The combat is between Hollow Knight and Nine Souls. So it's better than Hollow Knight combat? Really? Blanket Fort Strat worked really well. Damn, your Fallout 4 skeleton is going to be well preserved. Thank you, Jelly. Thank you. So I sound fine, right? Do I sound the same as I did in the house, or no? Which, now that I've said that, I should probably explain real quickly. If you want to know some life updates about me, you can go back and watch yesterday's stream, the Helldivers 2 thing. I don't really want to talk about myself any more than I already have this week. I'm going through a lot, and I feel like I've been speaking about myself and my life a little too much on stream lately, so I just want to go a little back off from that. However, streams were off this week. Again, I've said a couple times on stream now, Lily and I divorced about 6 months ago. I moved out to my own place this week. About 2 months ahead of schedule. A really good apartment showed up that was like, it was affordable. It was in a really good location. It had 4 bedrooms if the kids ever have to come over and stay with me. The setup that we have right now between Lily and I is that we decided we didn't want to uproot the kids, and because I'm the one that has a job, Lily does not work. It just made more sense to do it this way, so the kids wouldn't have to be uprooted. So we did it this way. I still see the kids every single day. I'm like a couple minutes away from the house. It's really easy to get there. I have Gatsby with me. Yoshi stayed at the house. So I'm in an apartment now. So you can, yeah, that's the situation that we're in. Okay. I don't really want to talk about any more than that. I did give some more information on yesterday's stream if you're really curious. But yeah. Gatsby pics. I don't have any available, but I did take one picture of Gatsby today. That's not a very flattering picture of him, so I shouldn't post it. So I'll see if I can get some pics eventually. Who's Gatsby? Gatsby is one of my dogs. I have 2 dogs. Gatsby is a Siberian Husky German Shepherd mix. He's actually a White Shepherd, but I just say German Shepherd because a lot of people don't know about white or Swiss Shepherds. He looks like a wolf. He's very big. He's 120 something pounds of dog. And the other dog is Yoshi. Yoshi is a yellow lab. Big dog. Thank you for explaining it for people like me who are behind. Sorry, I'm drinking a tea. Cat status. Cat is in the house. Solo stream today? Yes, solo stream today. But Mouse will be on with me tomorrow for the Saturday collab Umineko streams that I think we're going to try to do every Saturday from now on. How can we support you? You can support you just by being here, yeah. I'm doing okay. I am obviously having a rough week, obviously. Like, it's hard to go through this big of a life change without having some bad feelings and bad emotions, obviously. But I'm doing okay. Okay to good. I have support. I'm good. I'm getting through it. Would a golden retriever help with solving the epitaph and finding the gold? Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Have you read Neuromancer? No, I have tried to read Mona Lisa Overdrive, and it was very difficult for me to read. I didn't like it, so I stopped. But I will at one point read Neuromancer, yes. Joseph Apartments. I'm Joe on my own today. Joe on my own, not Joe on the phone. No jelly tomorrow? I do not think we have jelly on tomorrow. You'd enjoy Star of Providence. It's similar to Gungeon. Really? Hold on, let me see. Did you just hear that big thump? And the next thump? Can you hear the noise in the background now? Yeah? Okay. Is it like really distracting or no? Is it okay? Star of Providence. Oh, I've seen this game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've this is a game that I forgot that I wanted to try. Yeah, it's the spaceship shooting shmup game kind of thing. Any new Umineko theories? I just had to have like an emergency meeting with Mouse before the stream went live so I could recap what happened in episode 3 because it feels like it's been 3 months since the last stream of Umineko for me. It's been a long ass week, chat. Oh man, check alerts. Check alerts. Oh, Simonishi with the best number of all. 69 community gift subs from Simonishi, who I still cannot say the name correctly. That is a lot of gift subs. Holy shit, thank you, Simonishi. Nice. God damn. Fuck. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna say thank you to Sorry, there's a question. I'm gonna say thank you to subs and everything in just a second, and then we'll get into reading. I just want today to be more of a like we're just focusing on the Nada game. But before I do, I just want to like, give the same thing that I did to the stream last night. Does anyone have any questions? I don't promise to answer them. I'm gonna give like 2 minutes. If there's like a question that a lot of people are asking in chat, I'll be like, okay, I should probably address that question or anything like that. How's rent? Like how much my rent is? My rent is affordable, don't worry. Do you like cheese? I do like cheese, yes. Are you a Secret Sonic fan? Nope. I'm not a not Secret Sonic fan either. Not a Sonic fan. Where's the council on inches nowadays? I lost track. I lost a lot of inches last night from failing in Helldivers 2 so much, so yeah. Is the schedule going to be Tuesday, Saturday for the Naughty game from now on? Yes, that's what it is. We're going to be streaming Umineko every Tuesday and Saturday, but sometimes if we get to whatchamacallit, like a game that needs to have more streams, then Umineko might go on the back burner for one of the days. Probably Tuesday will drop. If we want to like get through that. Thoughts on cheese curds? Very good with fries and gravy. How are you today? I'm okay today. Why do you still deny magic? Because I'm literally Battler IRL. Doing better than you were a year ago? Yep. Yep. Parts of me are coming back to life that I didn't realize were dead for years. That was too real. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. How many pounds do you think Clifford poops a day? 50. Seen any new Moncton NPCs? Okay, so sorry, apparently I am going to be doing a little bit of preamble, even though I have a lot to read today. Sorry. I went to the doctor. Okay? This is a short story, but it kind of fucked me up, okay? It fucked me off, okay? I went to the doctor for myself for the first time in about 10 years. So, I went to the doctor. It's very, very, very hard to get to get a doctor's appointment in Moncton. Okay, the healthcare in New Brunswick has collapsed a long time ago, and we're just living in the post collapse apocalypse. Okay, when it goes there, worse than the barber store. Okay, this one has a reason though. It's not like I haven't tried to go see a doctor. I've called the doctor and had like phone appointments for a couple things when I've had issues in the past. Like, you know, the kids have gone to the doctor, obviously not as much as they should have actually because of the same kind of issues, but you know, that's a whole other fucking kettle of fish. All right, so I went to the doctor, okay, because it's like, okay, I need to get some blood work done. I really need to get myself checked out because like what if I have some problem that I don't even know about it? I also want to get a physical. So the doctor's office is only open for you to walk in to make an appointment 2 days a week, and they're only open for 2 hours on each of those days. Every other single like walk-in clinic, because I don't have a family doctor, every single other walk-in clinic, that none of them are actually walk-in, by the way. You have to make an appointment. You can't just walk in and see a doctor at the walk-in clinics. I don't know why they don't rename it. I had to go there, right, late at night. It was like right after a stream last week or the week before. That's when I had to. Remember, I said I have to leave at a certain amount of time. It's because I had to go there and get at the office in order to make the appointment. So they're only open for 2 hours on 2 days a week. Okay, I go, right. I get the appointment and they see me another time. Okay. Every other place I called said we don't do physicals and we don't do blood work because we don't keep patient files or records or anything like that. So we can't contact you in order to tell you your results or anything like that. I'm like, okay. So this was the only place I could find that would see me in order to do maybe a physical or blood work. Okay, so I go there and I say I want a physical and get some blood work done, and the receptionist, who is extremely nice, says to me, we don't do physicals here, but we can do blood work. They don't do checkups. I'm like, okay, I'll get some blood work done then. All right, so I make the appointment. It's for a couple days. I'm like, okay, that's actually pretty fast turnaround. All right, so I go and it's like you know, the beginning next week. So I go there and I'm waiting in the waiting room, and it didn't take too long. I was there for like, I don't know, half an hour. I go in and the doctor comes in, and she is obviously overworked because the healthcare system has collapsed, and she's a little grumpy, but it's fine. However, what happened, that's acceptable. What happened next though is still just so like, I don't understand. So she says like why are you here? I'm like, I just want to get some blood work done. It's been so long. I lied and said it'd been 8 years, even though it's been over 10 years. And she looks at me and goes, why'd you want the blood work done? And I said, well, it's been so long. Like, what if there's something wrong, like, and with me? And she goes, how old are you? I said, I'm 39. And she says, at your age, there's nothing that we screen for that, and there's nothing that we test. There's nothing that we're even looking for. Doing blood work at your age is going to be a waste of time. And I said, what? Does it sound right? Does it? I don't think that sounds right at all. I don't think it sounds right at all. So then I'm kind of floundering a little bit. So I just added on. You know, I also would like to get my testosterone tested to see like what my levels are, because you know, like I've been going to the gym and I don't know if maybe like I should be considering some therapy for that or anything like that. Like I just want to just get some information. She's like, doing your testing your testosterone once isn't going to give us any results at all. You'd have to test it like multiple times over a period of weeks or months for us to even like ascertain like what your testosterone levels really are. I'm like, okay. Can we... That one's likely true. Okay, that one's probably true, but the rest of them are though. Like why can't we have like look for some markers and shit? How often would you go to the doctor's for blood and physicals? Ideally, once a year, I think. I think you should go for a yearly physical. Do as I say, not as I do. You should go every year. Yeah. Is healthcare a Moncton problem, or is it pretty bad in Canada all around? I don't know. It wasn't great in Toronto, but you could still see a doctor. I think that it's a lot worse in Moncton and New Brunswick compared to the rest of Canada, but COVID really fucked the Canadian healthcare system up big time. So I don't know if it is, maybe it's this bad everywhere and it's not just in New Brunswick at the moment. Yeah. I mean, are there no private practitioners at all? I think there are some, but I didn't really want to go down that rabbit hole just yet. I think maybe I should. You should have got updated on vaccines while you're there, to be honest. Oh, should I have? She didn't bring that up. She just wanted me out of the room as soon as possible. I was only talking to her for like 3 minutes. I've heard bad things from a med friend in Manitoba. All of Atlantic Canada is really bad, at least. I don't know about the rest, though. It's the same in Nova Scotia as it is for you. Hey, are you also suffering from the fact that Amazon closed down all their Quebec warehouses? So now if you want to order anything from Amazon, it's now just a dice roll if it's even going to show up. And also all of their delivery like services have also shut down now too, so you even no idea if it's even coming or not. I've had so many computer parts just be like, yeah, it's coming tomorrow, and then I get an email saying, oh no, it's been refunded, thank you for returning it. I still didn't order those computer parts. Shit. A friend of mine used to work as a nurse in Halifax and quit a year ago because the whole system was fucked. Yeah, and that's a compounding problem, right? Because it's like the harder it is on the people within the system, like the more people are leaving the system, and that makes the system harder, and it just snowballs forever and ever and ever. Yeah. And Ella said similar things about the healthcare thing when he was dying from food poisoning. Yeah, but that's his fault for eating oats on the toilet. Okay. So that's not a healthcare problem. That's a skill issue. Okay, like I don't know, like I actually don't know if that's true. I'm just going off what chat told me. Okay, I have no idea how he got the food poisoning. Okay, I have no idea. I have no idea. I've told him to buy the computer parts like 3 days in a row. What more can I? Yeah, I know you have. You have. You have. I'm sorry. You have. I have a question. Have you done hut connections today? I did, and I won, but barely. Early in his career, he said food poisoning wasn't real. Wow. So, because of his hubris, he got food poisoning. Okay. All right. Okay. Getting a $1 million donation in order to continue a Weeb VN named Steins Gate is not real. That could never happen. That could never happen. Hey, Merrick, how's it going? Will we ever see Florence again? Probably not. There's another dryer in this apartment that's in the bathroom. Maybe one day I'll let her sing for you, and we'll see. Did you read the Daily Garfield? I don't read any comics or webcomics or anything like that anymore. Oh, I get Koru posts now? They've got to stop letting people go to the gym. Frankly, rubbing in the fact that your life is so devoid of demands that you have to pay for manual labor is already terminally bougie, but you've also got this masculinity cult that inevitably grows out of every single one. You go to the gym one time and you're already trying to get your testosterone levels tested because you believe it has supernatural power, and standing in the same room as a superior male will turn you gay. Okay, all right. Jad's mods. I'm not even kidding anymore. I think we need a Koro channel just to just to paste all the bangers in so we have a museum. It's so good. I think we need it. The Koru Cafe. Yeah, we need the Koru Cafe. I'm not kidding. I think we should do it. Maybe that can be the one that's in between for muscle memory between the general and Dragon's Den. Yeah, I didn't know we have one of the Disco Elysium writers in this chat room. Korra on their way to getting hired to legitimately do some video game writing at this rate. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Okay, anyway, we need to read Umineko. I'm just like vibing with chat. Let me say some quick thank yous and then we will get into it. We will get into it. Here's how Mars Needs Senpais can still become literature. Oh, that would be a tough one, wouldn't it? That would be a tough one. Okay. All right. Thank you too. Oh, step. Cheffin with the resub while the stream was down. Just want to share a maybe cringe story, Joe. I was a socially inept teenager in high school. One of my classmates' dads passed away, so I wanted to send her a text, but instead of saying I'm sorry or my condolences, I sent her in all caps, "Keep your spirits up," with 3 fire emojis in the back. Oh my god. Holy shit. fake. I don't know why I believe it. I believe it. Oh no, Chefin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Oh, thank you, Vero, for the new sub as well. Yuri was taking you some bits to say. Dr. Nanjo, this is Kinzo. Remember me? Your dear old friend, the Lord of the Manor. Nanjo, you don't visit, you don't send letters. Aren't we chess pals anymore? Oh well, I suppose we're both busy men. And after all, I have many other acquaintances. Some of them wear the one-winged eagle. One of them mentioned you've been speaking rather freely to Kraus about a, shall we say, golden witch? I want in. No protests. After all, how much does Kraus really know you? Not as much as your old drinking buddy. 100 bits. Thank you, Yuri is taken. Good meme. Good meme. Thank you, Nanjo and Natsui for the new sub. McWendy's for the new sub as well. Thank you, Zyle Fenko. Kaja Registradora. Nihil the Tripping Coder. For the resubs. A Pepsi Addict for gifting a sub to Ryukushi07. Thank you. This is Fishto for the resub. Tier 3 resub. Thank you, Rush. This is Fishto. Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. His name is Urgel. Thinking about that for some reason. Underrated stream joke. I that was one of my favorite jokes for that run. Maybe even my favorite joke of that run. Yeah. Devil May Cry 5. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the resub. Joe, hello, Joe on the phone, on his own, in the home. Nice. Thank you, Wow, for the resub. Welcome, Wow. Thank you, Sam from Am, for the resub. Getting back into the gym. That's good. Go get your test tested. Thank you, AOK, for the resub as well. The Umineko reread in June. Should we read it twice? The VN's so nice we read it twice? I'm probably going to go through it twice myself anyway. Interesting. Thank you, Jonas NY Baka for the resub. 10 out of 10 setup. Oh, the tent thing? Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of like names to read here. So again, I'm sorry if this is rude to anyone. I feel like in the interest of getting into the thing, I'm just going to read names and then just say thank yous after every so often. So sorry about that. I hope that's okay. I feel kind of rude doing it, but like I think also people want to get into the story. They want to get into the story. All right, here we go. Thank you, Jike Plays, Cameron7, Arcoda X, Watanubi, Savako, By Dronka Bambo, Vehelista Wandering Pesto, the amazing names, Mazings, oh, topical, Mazings, Reday, Astercut, all for the resubs. Thank you, Mara23, Pogo Stick Pilgrim, Schrodinger's Catbox, Dan Wee, Deathly Cake, I had cake for breakfast. Simon Ishii for the resubs, thank you very much. Thank you, Watanubi, for the bits. Happy birthday, Watanubi. Thank you also, Simon Ishii, again for the 69 gift subs. So many gift subs, holy shit. Nice. Thank you again. Holy shit. I don't know how to react to that amount of gift subs. So just thank you. Holy fuck. Thank you, at Bash, for the resub. Mrs. Dragoon for the new sub. Welcome, Mrs. Dragoon. Thank you, Positive Player here. Carlos for the resub. Thank you, Terraflop, for the 5 gift subs as well. Terraflop has gifted out quite a few. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Thank you, Tim and Space, for the resub. Ash Goddard for gifting out a sub. Kanzan ZX for the resub. The Cuddler Lives. Live Cuddler reaction for the resub. Pick you some bits. Currently modding Umineko. Good luck. I don't know why I read that one. Thank you, Tony ___ Soprano. The Harpa or the Herpa in a lib. Sodaman FN, Avo Cuddles, another cuddling chatter for the resub. Thank you, Dawn to the Dawns for 500 bits. Keep your spirits up. Thank you, Raspberry Muse for the resub. Iron Wrath for gifting a sub to Northern Lion. Oh, now Northern Lion can use my emotes. Thank you, Thanatos258 for the resub, and Omni42 also for the resub. Ass fat like Totoro, call me Studio Jiggly. Oh my fucking god. Are you a cash or a debit card kind of person? I'm the kind of person that has both on me at all times, just in case my debit card inexplicably gets declined, because I was so below the poverty line in Canada at some point that I just have a fear associated with using any debit machine that, like, what if this is the time? And it also has happened a couple times. So, like, you know, the system goes down. It happened last week, actually. And then I like angrily went back to the bank afterwards to see if my card still worked, and it did. So I don't know what the hell was wrong with their system. Are you a wallet or a money clip kind of guy? I'm a wallet kind of guy. I'm the wallet kind of guy. Where does Joe live? I live in Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. How is the sound? I'm not a Sonic fan if I don't play or join any of the games, but I read the IWD comics and like the characters. Is that better or worse than just being a fan of the games? That's worse. Liking Sonic for the gameplay, I can like look the other way on. Liking Sonic for, specifically because of the characters and the story, that's like, yeah, like what? That's worse. That's way worse. Sound is good? The sound's good? Okay, cool. Can we hear the rain? If you like Umineko more than Outer Wilds, will you dye your hair red and become Jotler IRL? I don't know. Do I have enough red in my hair to just pull off the Battler look already? I was like stereotypically ginger when I was a kid, but my hair, like if you've seen my picture, my beard hair is like very ginger, very red. That's what the hair on top of my head used to be like when I was a kid. So it's gotten like a lot darker as I've gotten older, to the point that I'm like mostly like brunette passing. But like my beard is red, and I actually quite like that about myself. I like the different colored beard compared to the hair. So you were blonde. Anyway, sorry. Let me scroll back up and see. Is the rain? We can hear the rain. Yeah, it's good. Okay. All right. So see you later, chat. I'm reading. Here we go. What, you're not a dragon? I'm not a dragon. Again, if you want to see what I look like, you can go on Dragon's Den on Discord, and there was a picture I posted like a couple weeks ago. Oh, thank you, Rethulian, for 5 gift subs as well. Thank you very much, Rethulian, and thank you that one guy again with the resub. Stop bullying Sonic fans. Oh shit! Thank you, Loner Archon, for 50 gift subs. Holy fuck! And Krootler for 1,000 bits as well. Hey Joe, you inspired me to go back to the gym after a year break, feeling more alive and motivated than I felt in a long while. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Doesn't it suck how everyone was right all along about how getting physical activity and going to the gym and lifting some heavy things and being active really does improve your life in every way, including mentally and emotionally? It fucking sucks, doesn't it? It's like, god damn it, they were right. It's so fucking annoying, right? God damn, like, it's so fucked up, man. It really is. Like, it's just... Thank you, Krootler. Thank you so much, Loner Archon, for the 50 gift subs. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lightning quick story recap, pretty please, for episode 3. Episode 3 so far has been all about it's been very like similar episode 1, but it's got a sharp focus on Ava. This is the time that they hold on, go back to here. In every other episode, most of these characters get killed off really quickly, except for one. In episode 1, it was Natsui. In episode 2, it was Rosa. In this episode, as you can see, the servants have been killed off. It's been a while since they died, actually. Someone else is going to die real soon. The episode is focused on this character. If episode 1 was focused on this character and the kids, I think. Episode 2 is focused on, and also Maria. Episode 2 is focused on Rosa and Shannon and George. Episode 3 so far is focused on Ava, almost exclusively, actually. There hasn't been that many other people that have gotten focus, I think. And also Battler and the dynamic with these characters over here, right? With Ronave, who was introduced in Virgilia, right? This Ava Beatrice is the big thing that's happened. So that's the focus has been on Ava. We have seen the servants get killed. We have seen a big fight scene between Beatrice and Virgilia and Beatrice won. I hated that scene, but I think I'm supposed to hate it. She still looks like a cake. That was your twin towers can't save you now. I really like Ronave though. Ronave is pretty cool. After that, the children. I say children, like the Ushiromiya children and their spouses gathered around and they solved the epitaph. And by they solved the epitaph, I mean they got enough clues that Ava was able to do a leap forward and solve it herself. Rosa solved it immediately afterwards, although maybe she just followed Ava and she's just pretending that she solved it. I don't know, but like it's hard to know where that room even is in the mansion. So Ava solved it. And she got the gold, and she went down into the room. She found the gold. There's a long staircase, and then after that, Rosa and Ava had like a tense conversation that Rosa's upset that Ava's not going to go tell the rest of the family that she found the gold, and she gave her like 24 hours to figure that out. And then instead of that happening, there was this weird scene where Ava's alter ego, this character, was who has different colored eyes for some reason, was crowned and went through a coronation and was like accepted by the Senate of Witches in order to become the next Beatrice, and now this is a Beato. Beato or Beato? Beato instead of Beatrice. Also, Beatrice's dynamic with Battler has been really interesting this episode, in that I feel like she's opening up to him and showing him things about her life and talking normally to him and like actually trying to get a connection. I don't understand that. Like, I feel like the mask is slipping a little bit. And also we saw that there was a different version of her that was in the mansion on the other side of the island that we just found out about, that Rosa found when she was a kid and accidentally led that person to their death. Yeah, I have a lot of theories about that, and Jelly and I had some pretty fun conjecture last stream that I won't go into. I won't go into it again, but like, yeah, I'm really enjoying where the story is going. And the Senate, I can't explain the Senate. I don't know what the Senate is. Squeak, 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 squeak. Imagine this is someone's first stream. It is always someone's first stream. Always. Always. Okay, I think that's everything we need to go over. Sucker Mary Barrels. Anyway. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. Take it easy and lie down. Keep this up and you'll have it pretty rough later on. Thanks for the concern. I just couldn't fall asleep. I've already taken a shower, so I'm good for now. The next person can rest. So they're sleeping in shifts. What about you two, Kirie-san, Rudolph-san? What will we do, Rudolph-san? Shall we rest? Sucker Mary Bear, you can rest. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now. Then I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. Good counter. Is the sound too low, or is the voices too low? Voices are low? Okay, I can turn the voices up by one and we'll see. Giggle. You two truly are close. You should talk. Giggle. It seems Eva and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It appears that, unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. Are they in the room sleeping? I would like to know. As though in response to those words, the door in the hall clunked open. Oh, they weren't. Eva and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room. That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you sure you don't need to rest yet? You should talk, Nei-san. Why not take it easy and sleep? Can turn the music up too, I think. There is no music right now, chatter. I just can't get to sleep. Taking a shower shook my drowsiness off. Rudolph, Kirie-san, you can rest if you want. Sure, thanks. Well, for now, let's say I appreciate the sentiment. Why don't you go first, Nikki? How kind of you, but I cannot rest first. That is the most I can do as the oldest brother right now. Do not worry, the two of us will stay awake until the very end. Haven't they been awake for like 36 hours at this point? Maybe longer? Giggle. More importantly, Eva Nei-san, are you okay? You look a little pale. Come to think of it, you're right. Could it be a bit of a fever? Hideyoshi put his hand up against Ava's forehead. It seemed that Ava wasn't feeling her best. That goes without saying. That's what happens. You break your... Missing word? When you break your sleep cycle at your age? Is it a cold? Natsui, could you call Dr. Nanjo down? Oh, where's Nanjo? Yes. I'm fine. You don't have to make such a fuss over it. I have some medicine, so I'll be okay. I tend to get fevers when I'm tired. Don't worry. Nei-san, take it easy, okay? Thank you. If the siblings gather without me around, I get the feeling everyone will start talking behind my back. You know what? Natsui's headaches have been like mysteriously absent this episode, huh? It's a persecution complex from long ago. Oh, I have one of those, base. Sorry, okay. Well, I won't say anything. As if I'd say bad things about you behind your back, Nei-san. Okay, these two are talking, like the last conversation they had didn't happen. Are they just pretending, or what? What is it? Nei-san, you've been acting strange for a while. Shouldn't you get a little rest now? You're right. Just thinking about raising money by March makes my headache hurt even worse. Okay, there we go. That isn't good. Rest. How subtle. How subtle. And I'll hold back too so that your headache doesn't get worse. I've had a bad headache myself for a while now, thinking about how you're also going to raise the money by March. And we're all like, my sisters are having a really good joke right now. Thank you. Well then, I'll take those words to heart and rest for a while. What is it, Ava? Why so angry all of a sudden? Sorry, please let us rest a bit longer. Sorry. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Ava out of the lobby. You haven't told Hideyoshi, Ava? What the hell? I don't like this atmosphere. It's all so strained. That's no surprise. There was a murder early this morning. Oh yeah, people are dead. And since then, we've been eating canned food and carrying guns around. It's natural that we'd start to build up stress. I wonder if the kids up there are building up stress too. I'm worried about Maria. She tends to throw tantrums at times like this. At that moment, they heard the sound of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. The guest house was in a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And an instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of her running out into the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling, "Ooh, ooh, ooh," over and over again, sounding displeased. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying, and she voicelessly moaned in anguish. What? The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. Rosa Umineko? The noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing along with the other children and Nanjo. In other words, Sumari. They had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at this new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Aunt Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wow. What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's watching. It's that rose of hers from the rose garden. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was about that rose. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream. That was just a dream. Ooh, 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 ooh. That rose belonged to Beatrice and me. That's 3 in the corner. So if I don't take care of it, Beatrice is going to get mad. It might get snapped off again. Is that one of the best songs of all time? I think that's one of the best songs of all time. I think that's in the top 100 best songs of all time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah, I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, okay? The sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice surprised the children. But Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum grew fiercer. Rosa-san, you mustn't scold a child so unsparingly. Wow. Fucking Nanjo Sumari is like going for it. At times like this, it's best to give them some warm milk or something. Is there any here? The milk we just had for breakfast is empty now. Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? You know, those silver pill things. Rudolph, what the fuck? I have some. Yes, I'll search for some now and give them to her. Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and fished around for some medicine. It seemed she had brought some child-use sedatives from Maria's tantrums that could also be used to sedate other people in the house and then murder them in other timelines. She found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. As she did that, Maria's crying grew even more intense. At that time, Ava was lying on her bed, covered by the bedding. I mean, that means she's in bed. Wow, unreadable. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, folding a handkerchief soaked in water. Ooh, this is one nasty fever. I bet it's the poisonous air at this family conference that got you. People are dead. For now, you can forget all about the other relatives, okay? As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief on Ava's burning forehead. ASMR roleplay. You are the new head of the Ushirimiya family, and you're having a hard day, and you've just come back to your Hideyoshi in the room. Whoa, this is one nasty fever. I'll bet it's the poisonous air at this family conference that got to you. For now, you can forget all about it, the other relatives, okay? Ava rested her hand on top of his. Oh! Your hand feels nice and cool. If my hand feels nice, your fever must be pretty bad. Don't worry, the medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand is a magic hand. I just put it against your forehead like this, and any fever will melt right away. You're right. Your hand always makes my fevers fade. Yep. No need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Don't worry and close your eyes. My magic will make that fever fade away. Yes, I know. I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. If Eva said she could feel magic coming from his hand, then that was fine for now. Okay, is this subtext? You know what? That's actually quite a good link to just have in the story somewhere, that sometimes someone else can like have that effect on you, and it really is a kind of magic, as long as you believe in it. I wonder if magic really exists. Yeah, it does. Only those who believe can tell, though. Oh, we're just making a text. Okay. There's actually a lot of magic like that out there in the world. If magic actually exists, then I wonder if witches actually exist too. Oh? You mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe, just like the gods. They don't show themselves except in front of those with strong faith. I did it too, you know. Long ago, I was able to use magic. Oh, really? Then you were a witch too. I had dreams that I wanted to come true no matter what. After wishing strongly and trying hard, they always came true without fail. With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I even became the student council president and worked hard to get into the university I wanted. Everything I wished for was granted. Anyone else surprised that Ava didn't take Hideyoshi down into the basement room and they're just sleeping down there to guard their gold? If you knew there was that much gold, wouldn't and you want it that badly, and you're that like greedy and hungry for it, wouldn't you just like want to sleep next to it to guard it? I mean, I guess it's hard to move, right? It's really heavy. Everyone else would figure out what's happening, right? I mean, they still would have to solve the epitaph. Okay, my assumption is that whatever secret door she found can close and no one knows where it is. So yeah, maybe she's worried that the door might get stuck and she'll get locked down there. I guess there is another reason, yeah. Okay, that's right. Your magic was always a thing to be reckoned with. You're definitely a witch. And you work harder than anyone. Rosa would snitch. Well, Rosa can snitch anyway right now. I don't think that changes anything, but maybe. I know all about it. When I was a kid, the whole time, there was another me inside myself who always supported me, and that other self was a witch. I didn't believe in Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I always believed that if a witch of Rokkenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart. I was so grateful to that witch inside myself. I was always grateful that she brought me to you. You get too timid when you're sick. Don't say anything for now. I'll stay like this the whole time until your fever's gone down. Everyone has a witch inside of them, yes. Don't take your hand away. No matter what. Somehow. I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. And I've been scared for a while now. I get the feeling that the witch inside me was provoked by Beatrice and is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow it feels like she's going to swallow me whole. It's okay. As long as I'm with you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Remember the time we went to that dangerous country and the whole bus got robbed? I drove them off. Didn't you just hand over your gold watch and beg them to go away? It was pretty lame, but it was cool. Don't move your hand away, no matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And if something creepy sneaks in here, give it your watch. Protect me. Yep, leave it to me. That's why I'm telling you to stop worrying and get to sleep. Because the medicine and my magic will start working real soon. Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. Okay, two that are close are meant to die tonight, aren't they? Twilight time? At that time, there was the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum. And screams of ooh, ooh could be heard, along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Ava's ears, or maybe it was giving her a headache. Eva moaned as though in pain, and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and started arguing with Rosa, who then scolded her daughter. And then, maybe, that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem, but just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. Wait just a sec. I'll ask him to keep it down. Come back quickly. Oh, don't worry. I won't leave this room. Daijobu. Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor, and then he died. He immediately met Rosa's gaze. Everything okay, Rosa-san? Shit. I'm sorry, did all this noise wake you? Ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Maria-chan, sorry. Aunt Eva isn't feeling well, and she's trying to sleep. Could you quiet down a bit? Who's dying next? I think that the next ones to die are going to be Kraus and Netsui. I don't think they're going to kill Eva and Hideyoshi unless the Twilight allows Hideyoshi to die on someone else. I'm not sure. But I'm going to guess it's Kraus and Netsui. It could also be Rudolph and Kyrie, but for some reason I think it's Kraus and Netsui. Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept crying ooh ooh and repeating, my rose, my rose. Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. But they solved the epitaph. I don't know if that matters, actually. You might be right, but yeah, maybe no one's going to die. But I still have a feeling someone is. I don't know why. Like, just intuition, I guess, or just guessing. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. Is Miria-chan having a tantrum again? Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa-san too. Come to think of it, our George is almost too good to be true. We should be grateful. You're right. Hand. Oh, sorry. Look, it's the magic hand. Aww. He put his hand on Ava's forehead again. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit, she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. Man, that's gonna cramp. Do you think he's allowed to switch hands if one gets tired? Surely, yes? Gotta be. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, oh, the hand connection, Rosa was at a loss at what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out to into the corridor, only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should she go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. Okay, what does the epitaph say? She'll tear apart those who are close. Okay, my read on that, considering what Beatrice said in episode 2, is that it has to be like a romantic connection, but maybe it's not. Maybe any familial connection can do it. Could like Rosa and Maria count for that? She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear and tried to persuade Maria in a properly calm voice. Maria, do you really want to see the rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning ooh ooh. Why do you want to see it so much? I'll listen as your mother, so will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream. My rose, Beatrice revived it. It might have snapped off again. I'm worried about that. I can't sleep until I'm sure. Apparently, she was still upset about that marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now, so don't bother Mama and everyone else. You can worry about that rose all you want tomorrow when it stops raining. So for now, listen to me. No. It's my Beatrice's rose. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wah! Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and had gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred, but Maria thought that was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer. Please, just be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural. Then she turned around and muttered, If I get to see my rose, I'll stay quiet until tomorrow. Really? Yes. If we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll calm down. I mean it, Mama. I still don't understand this dynamic. If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She thought it might be a bit reckless. Wait, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to all be an act. Will you really listen if you get to see the rose? Yes, I mean it, Mama. Ouch. Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. And she shrugged as though giving up. Understood. If it's just one look, then I'll agree. Will that work? Yes, Mama. I promise. Are you luring your mom out to get killed? Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. It's only an act. There was never a murderer on this island in the first place. Wow, she really thinks that. Damn it. Wait, Aunt Rosa. Are Aunt Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second Twilight? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Someone notice them. Tell them to stop. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Oh, man. The story is so good for calling out what the reader is probably thinking at the time. It's so good. Is that, I wonder, I would love to know if this was like from a result of test reading and like having people that could read the drafts, or like was it just intuited every single time by the writer? Like, holy fuck. What are those guys in the living room and us kids doing? Indeed, they are being considerate of Rose's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group that includes you went up to the second floor and is talking about something else while watching TV. Yeah, different person. You bastards. Someone notice them. Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please notice that those two are leaving through the front door. Ah! It won't reach, cackle. Don't disturb their precious time together. Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door. Can you turn the music up a bit? Does anyone else want me to turn the music up a bit? In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice. It's fine? Okay. Okay, I caved. I turned it up 1 decibel. That's all you're getting. Much less those in the cousin's room on the second floor. Why are you so panicked? Didn't you defeat me with that bold move saying that the culprit died in an accident on the first Twilight? Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on this island? Cackle, cackle, cackle. What is there to be so worried about? Shut up, I can see right through you. Someone stop them. Those two will be killed. Someone stop them. Ah! Gonna start crying, Battler? There was no way the Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. I can barely hear the music. I think that there's probably always this conflict in chat between people that listen on speakers and people that listen on headphones. And I'm sorry, I can't make both groups happy. I personally use headphones, so I'm just gonna lean toward the headphone group. Like I can't make it good for both groups at the same time. I'm sorry. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that was unfortunate. But because maybe if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Here it is. Maria found her rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. It had somehow survived the tower battle. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get to one look at it, but she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. She believed that there wasn't a culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. How would the killer even know that the two of you are out here at this exact time? You're not going to be out here very long. After glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. Maybe they're security cameras? Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold colored? It had to be her imagination, because to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. Are you okay, Ava? Just take it easy. Should I call Dr. Nanjo after all? I'm fine. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Don't take your hand away. Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. Did she have gold pox or something? It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up. Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that the sudden fever was a sign of some serious illness. Was there like some like poison gas or something in the room downstairs? Several times Hideyoshi directed... Then Rosa would have it too, right? No, did Rosa go all the way down and see the gold? Or did she just stay on the stairs? Several times Hideyoshi decided to call for Dr. Nanjo, but Ava rested firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away. I understand. But you've got to have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime. If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time, gripping your hand. Tightly, like this. Thank you. I'm fine. The magic of your hand will definitely take this fever away. Even as she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. Huh. Don't let go. Don't let go. Okay, it feels like Ava's about to fucking die. Who is it? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Oh, is it that Rosa and Ava are close right now because they had a secret? Oh, it's a secret? They were close in like in their subterfuge, like secretly like scheming against the other ones? And she's gonna die in the garden and Ava's gonna die in bed right now? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the shadow of a person beyond the bush showed itself. Ooh, Aunt Ava. You scared me. It's you, Nei-san? Do you have some business with me? Do you want to continue our earlier discussion? Yes, that's right. Our discussion about Father's Gold. Please restrain yourself in front of Maria. I will keep my promise, okay? I won't... Is there like a Mission Impossible like mask generator disguise machine somewhere in the gold room? Like, please restrain yourself in front of Maria. I will keep my promise, okay? I won't get in the way of your conspiracy. Conspiracy? What's that? Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you. I have no desire to get in the way. So please, not in front of Maria. As long as I get my share, that will be enough. Your share? Hehehehe. Uh-oh. Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria said just one thing. No. Ooh? Auntie? Who are you? Oh, it's Ava Beatrice. Your share? Who would give that to you? All of that is mine. It all belongs to me, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Wow. Ava, are you okay, Ava? Ava! Ava! Hold on. Don't let go. Don't let me be dragged away by someone who isn't me. Hold on to my hand. Don't let go. When did you ever work hard? You never worked hard for anything. You were always hiding in our shadows. You always escaped from shadow to shadow without fighting. And yet, you really think yourself qualified to make demands of me over the Ushirimiya family gold? All of that is mine. It's all mine alone as the head of the Ushirimiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice. Beatrice? It's Beatrice! Mama, Beatrice! Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high. Hey, you're Nei-san, right? You are Nei-san, aren't you? Wrong. I am no longer the one who was your sister. Then who are you? Are you trying to say you're Beatrice? That's impossible. You died 19 years ago. Okay, was it using Ava's sprite because it's dark and it kind of looked like her, but it was hard to tell and now she looks like this? Maybe? Yes, you were definitely dead after all. I clearly saw how your head was split open. I can remember the insides flowing out like it was yesterday. How can you be alive and here right now? The concept of death does not exist to a Golden Witch. The Golden Witch in the name of Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity. Maybe the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine now. And therefore, it's eternal. The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice. All I can see is that the gold has driven you mad. How pitiful, Nei-san. Come on, you know I'm not your sister anymore. Well then, as the new Beatrice, I have been tasked with my own resurrection ceremony. My weeb, you're here? Ronave, what should I do? Kill them all. That is up to you. You already have the power to make whatever you think reality. You should grow used to it once you've tried it out a little. You worthless former sister. You should consider it an honor to have been selected as the first sacrifice I offer as a witch. On the second twilight, I'll tear the two who are close apart with my own hand. So we're just riffing over here. Okay, alright, okay. The first thing the new Beatrice wished for, no, the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them, but that she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky. Huh? Eek! Whoa, awesome. Is pretty awesome. For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there is nothing more unnerving than having having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who in becoming the new witch had learned the joy of being released from gravity, it was enough to make her whole body shake with delight. Hey Rosa, do you remember long ago when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around the sky? That dream has been granted, hasn't it? I became a real witch and granted it for you. Stop it. If this is a dream, then wake me up. Can't wake up. You said it yourself. You said you flew through the sky in your dream. And you also said you didn't want to wake up. You even got mad at me when I woke you up, right? Don't worry. This time, you won't wake up, okay? Hehehehehe. Come, dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky? Is she gonna get struck by lightning? And in reality, she just went out in the weather and got struck by lightning randomly and it was an accident? Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Akinjima? Now I'll make that dream a reality for you. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else. It's so fun, Rosa. It's so fun. Take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small. Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel, enjoy, rejoice. That power we yearn for, the power to move through the sky at will. Come on, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind. Let's fly around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us. Ha. The witch and Rosa were like leaves floating around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies, as the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding onto her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Stop it! Forgive me, let me down! You're right. Voice actor going hard there. You're right, it's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there? A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. She's been a witch for 30 seconds. Then she decided to listen for her former sister's request. The whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker than stopped. In other words, Sumari, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend toward the ground upside down. No, she began to fall, but with style. Oops. That's right. If I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens. The witch had intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. Uh-oh. After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, as a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she wished that Rosa hadn't died, and therefore she came back. When she did, gold butterflies coiled around Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. Does the blood all go too? The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it is to break things in this world and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. I don't know, Nanjo might be able to. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. This surely gave her a much greater realization of her position as a witch than flying through the sky had. This is a long scene. Awesome. I can even revive an ended life. Of course, Beatrice-sama is the endless witch. To live and to die, to bring to life and to kill, all of it repeated endlessly. Beatrice-sama, the endless witch, is the queen who controls the cycle of life and death. One time I knocked over a fishbowl. The fragile, but not that fragile, and beautiful bowl broke, and I couldn't put it back together again. I'd never see that cute pop-eyed goldfish swim again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned something. You must not break things. You must not kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So if you can fix them, I can kill whoever I want. Then you won't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Haha, haha, awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome possum. Haha. For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel. Innocent? Ooh, And Maria's mad that Rosa's oohing now. Even though Ruza had been revived... Ruza had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand. Haha, sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Sorry, I'm real sorry. And I didn't know humans could die so easily, but I brought you back to life, so we're even. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Yeah. What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all of them without holding back. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly. Even having you get sucked into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, alright? Stop it. Urgh. Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her. It was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly, like the one she had spoken of from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly. The red was strawberry. The yellow was pineapple. And the green was melon. What was the white part? Apple? Did Rosa even have the time to think stuff like that? Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. Jelly back on stream, and she sunk deep into a purple, grape-flavored sea. And died. It really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Grape ocean. Then she sunk on and on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench, crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean. As her ribs snapped and her spine snapped, in the end, she became a small, frail meatball. She didn't have to go on a submarine. What a truly wonderful experience to drown in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I made it come true for you. It had no bottom, a sign taught by Umineko. What a blessing, says Jelly. Yeah, I wanted to make the joke too, Jelly, actually, but I thought maybe it was too far, so thank you for saying it for me. The instant I snapped my fingers, is this like mutual brain rot? I'm not sure. The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in a golden sparkle, she returned to her original form. Oh, excuse me. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it if they were a witch. That absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy from having that dream she gave up on as a child come true. Definitely. Probably. Maybe. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered and became black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake. The elegant black part was a slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. Chocolate gâteau. That became the ceiling, became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you piled those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Mount Everest. So they probably weighed a lot. I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. Maybe the world. Thanks, Ryukushi. He's having fun writing this, huh? And it fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. The cake ate her? So as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Squish, pop, slop. Jelly filling cake? Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top, and Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. She became as thin as a single hair and was probably spread out over an area of a tennis court. The world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. What's Maria doing right now? In other words, Sumari. She had gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once. Live dolphin reaction, okay. Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies, look. Please have mercy. Ah. No way. Let's play more, let's play more. Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then gold wings sprouted from her back, and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. But then there was a spider. However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. No! Ah! As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft, knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered into the night of a storm. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of her hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa. Yep, so, spiderweb spider? Yeah! Yeah! What a klutz, you got caught in a spider's web. Don't you hate spiders? This time, it's a dance with a spider. That takes me back. Remember the times we find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey, but insert their venom, and when the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck them out. Hey, Rosa, remember? Remember how we throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose and play around by seeing how the spider would attack? Yeah. Squish, squish? I guess you don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school. Make sure you watch closely this time, okay? Very closely. Yeah. No. No. Have mercy, Nason. Help me, Nason. This scene is kind of dragging. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The other one did too, yeah. Maybe there's a secret point to that. Oh man. This girl's not bad. She truly can use magic at will. Yeah. And Ben Forgotten Eye Joe. Amusing. How truly amusing. You feel like laughing too, right, Battler? Oh, he's crying. Here we go. We were one off, Jelly. It was 4 Velvet Room scenes before he started crying again. Don't fuck with me. Stop it already. What's so fun? You're insane. What's so fun about doing something like this? Doesn't she look like she's having a blast? What do you expect? Magic is fun. I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around a lot. I understand that kind of game from the bottom of my heart. Looks like I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Battler. What a shame. If you accept me, I'll teach you magic anytime you want, see? It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you're freed from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it, that joy, that passion. I'd definitely like to see the world of magic you'd give birth to just once. Hehehehe. Yeah. I mean, Battle, let's do it. Let's do it. Isn't this starting to get fun? You've started wanting to use magic, haven't you? It's pretty fun to be a witch, isn't it? Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky, about the joy of diving together through the sea, jelly or not. I want to show you the passion that starts the instant you surpass the bounds of humans, and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun? Wahaha. But he doesn't have any magic. He has the gene that prevents him from doing any magic, right? There was no malice in Beato's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. And she wanted to share that appreciation with Battler. Battler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. You're insane. Stop it already, damn it. Virgilia, make them stop this insane farce. What should I do? We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself. Virgilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her. Stop it, stop it, stop it! Quit messing around, witch! Are you trying to tell me that that's Aunt Ava? That's impossible. The Aunt Ava I know might be a bit mean at times, but it's completely impossible that she's the kind of person who'd do something this cruel. This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Aunt Rosa. Don't toy with Aunt Ava. Stop this farce right now. I told you, I'm not the one playing with Rosa anymore. Like I said, that's the new Beatrice. Is it really so terrible that you have to squeal like that? You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you? You actually have just a bit of interest in magic and... Ouch. What are you doing? For the first time, Battler slapped Beato's cheek. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her, and a surprised expression rose to her face. Battler especially couldn't forgive that expression, and he roared. Ah! Tool time? You call this amusing? What's wrong with your head? Die! Go slice your head to bits and look inside. You'll see there's nothing there. Stop it right now. Stop this disgusting farce. I won't forgive you. How could you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought you could be a bit funny, but I'll never make that mistake again. You're just a monster who's cruel on all levels. My dude, do you know how many times she's brought you back to life so her steaks could, like, beat you to a pulp? Oh, you enjoyed that. Never mind. Don't you remember, like the blood in the tea for Rosa last time? What? Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again. I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face. Did you hear me? Don't show yourself in front of me. Disappear. Uh-oh. The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and knocked Beato back onto her butt. Ow, 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 ow. What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show? She spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness, but Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself. It's not as though I'm completely blind to where you're coming from, but this is nothing more than an innocent prank, isn't it? No matter how you kill them, they'll always be brought back to life in the end, right? I thought humans were creatures who say that all is well that ends well. Aww, hey teacher, there was no reason for him to get so angry, right? She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beato at that moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better. I have nothing in particular to say. If you think this is fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. My curfew approaches. I will vanish until then. Following Battler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beato, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt that they were making her out to be the bad guy. What's wrong? Isn't it an amusing show? Am I the bad guy? Am I out of touch? It might be a little vulgar, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Hey, Ronave? It's nothing to get so mad about, right? Cuckoo. Something interesting for you, milady, may not be necessarily interesting for Battler-sama. Does he really hate me that much? Well, certainly we are enemies and opponents in this competition, but is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at this display? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that we can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. We're challenging each other in this game after all. And yet he won't look at my face, he won't talk to me, and he'll probably do all he can to ignore me. Am I really hated that much? Aww. 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 It's called Dark Humor Battler. Okay, so that's why the scene went on so long, to have lots of examples and Beato liking them all while Battler is looking on like dejectedly and in anger. I think it still could have been, you know, probably half as long though, and still had all the examples. Yeah. The moves you've made up to this point have been more than enough to earn his hatred. Even a demon such as myself can understand a bit of Battler-sama's feelings. Perhaps you cannot understand because you are especially thick-headed, milady. Who is seeing this right now? Because Battler left. Who are we right now? Who? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Why don't you disappear too? Yes, certainly. Then if you would excuse me. Beatrice on her own. When even Ronave hid himself in the darkness and Beatrice was left alone, the only one in the rainy rose garden, no one ever plays with a lonely witch, and the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch. What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me? Am I really that weird, that cruel? Someone answer me. Yeah, isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course we should play with Maria too, right? Let's all have a friendly walk together, okay? Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake-rising oven. Ah, giggle, 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 giggle. Hey, new Beatrice. You know, I know you're having fun, but you know, you're new at this. Just want to offer some constructive feedback. Take it or leave it. Maybe you've killed her enough, you know, and just, you know, don't want to backseat your first time using the magic, but behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquet, Beato showed herself. That expression was very rare for her. I'm just passionate about magic, man. It was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable. Oh, it's the predecessor Beatrice-sama. Were you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Until now, I never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor-sama. But first, wait for a second, okay? I cooked the two of them to death in an oven, so I have to revive them again. Oh, Maria too? They're like bread rising from yeast. Like cookies expanding in an oven. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifice of the second Twilight? Of course there are no rules regarding how you kill them, but, maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that? What are you saying, predecessor-sama? I heard from Ronave a short while ago. Wasn't your magic much, much more wonderful, cruel, and crazy? I feel like I would get bored with this very quickly. That Halloween party where candies poured out of the 6 people's stomachs was truly wonderful. How do you know that? Is it the Ronave told you, or do you have meta knowledge now of the different episodes? One of those two. So maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party. I'll invite everyone to a tea party in celebration of a completely pointless day and entertain them one by one with magic. I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as you. I wonder if I can be cruel in my own pop-cute style. Now I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they? Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand. I have also, sometimes thought that in the past. I might have gone a little too far. You really like Battler. Well, I think that as the Golden Witch, it's probably best to show a little elegance. I don't get what you're saying, Predecessor-sama. But there's one thing I do understand. No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are. I've got to try much, much harder. I've got to become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch. Like I said, you've already done enough here. Anyway, this is an order from me as your predecessor. That's enough for the second Twilight. I'll show you how it's done. Stand back and watch. Yes, Predecessor-sama. I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you use. The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. Stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. There we go, we got it. So you still have magic, okay. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself. Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch, so you can only kill with methods like that. I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. When Beato waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beato had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths. But even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please, have mercy. Even if it's just Maria, have mercy. Wow, mama. Sorry, my disciple just, acted without restraint for a bit. It normally doesn't happen. Please don't leave us a bad review. Forgive me. Beatrice! Wow. When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. You promised, right, Beato? You promised you'd take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I'll be friendly with Mama, and everyone will laugh together. You promised to take me there, right? About that. Beatrice's thoughts. I can no longer keep that promise because someone appeared who could solve the riddle. Kinda awkward. Sorry. I am no longer the Golden Witch Beatrice. So sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you. Why? You promised? I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least an apology for not being able to keep my promise. I'll give you a quiet sleep that will never be disturbed again. Beato embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Its redness grew bit by bit, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep. Maria! Sorry, I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed. Lock it in? Beato softly, gently lifted her finger as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance slightly like a feather. Then Rosa's body floated softly, and right there was the garden fence with its spear-shaped prongs. Oh, that's how everyone died! First of all, they poisoned them to make them sleepy, then they carried them to the garden, threw them on the spears to kill them, then pulled them off, and then dragged them back to the rooms, then set up the shot ball. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata, benevolently without toying with her in a single blow. Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the early innocent yet cruel events, it seemed to be over much too fast. It looked just like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away. Why does this get its own art? Are we going to see it again later when we discover the bodies? Well, something like that should do the trick. Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though this was an anticlimax. That was shit. Then she said it out loud. Kind of plain. Not all like the predecessor Sama Ranove told me about. Well, you must use magic with dignity, right? It's all about contrast. You know, juxtaposition. You can't have the high art ones without the mundane ones, okay? Yeah, that's how it goes. Sorry. If it's too undignified, that isn't very elegant. Even though you're lucky enough to have the magic to do wonderful things endlessly. How boring. Hey, don't complain. The path of the Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day. You are still incomplete until you finish the 10th twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. Got it? What happened to your answer? Your answer! Sure. Very well, that will do. Well, there's still too much to do for the resurrection ceremony. You still have to kill 5 people. You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity. And with at least a little restraint, okay? What Ronave told you about how I did it, that was a bad example. Okay, there we go. You mustn't use that as a model. Engrave that into your heart. Like the one-winged angel. Yes, predecessor Sama. A good answer. Yes, Captain Tullius. Ronave, the 7 Stacques of Purgatory. Arise. Yes, milady. I, Ronave, am here. Lucifer of Pride, right here. Up until this point, I've been a little flashy, but, well, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important, and I really want Battler to like me, so we're just gonna back off a little bit, okay? And about that, we're gonna kill them still, but this time for the right reasons. Battler, I killed your family, but I did it nicely without torturing them. Is that okay? Yeah, I guess so. As Ronave laughed at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her. Certainly. From now on, we will be careful to act in a graceful manner suitable for the name of the Golden Witch. Even the 7 Sisters of Purgatory will reform their bad behavior up until now, and we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner. Would that be acceptable, milady? Indeed. That's it, more or less. Everyone, take it to heart, okay? Yes, certainly. Once more with feeling. That is all I wish to say. You may leave now. Certainly. If you would excuse me. Excuse us. Sumari, I'm leaving. Well, that's all I want to say. So take care as you move forward, understand? Act with dignity and, restraint, okay? Give it your all. I'll be watching over you. In the Velvet Room. Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beato left that message and immediately became a cloud of gold butterflies hiding her form in the empty air. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up the conversation. After all that remained was Maria's corpse lying down and pounded by the rain, Rose's corpse propped up by the fence and staring up at the sky, and the figure of the witch. Alright, so I was really wrong. I didn't expect Maria to die. Show some restraint, you say. Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue. What a boring person. Meanwhile, in the Sekimaya, Ronave. Oh, so you mean you want us to commit the murders with more grace and less dramatically? Lucifer, yes, I believe she is saying that she wants us to do the murders more gracefully. Beato, yes, thank you for understanding that I want to be more graceful about doing the murders. Paimon, I think that we need to do the murders in a more graceful and more dignified way. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that is what I'm saying. A more dignified and graceful way. Also, we're stuck here for 12 hours. Wait, we're stuck here for 12 hours? We haven't said that for a couple scenes. What do you mean we're stuck for 12 hours? We're stuck for 12 hours because the alarm that went off and put the black smoke everywhere. Oh, maybe that's why my wings are all black, because of the black smoke. Wait, what did you say about the 12 hours again? Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air. Why do you actually sound like Paimon's VA? What the fuck? Because it's Elmo, and I do a good Elmo. We need a Paimon emote? No, we don't. We don't. We do not. We do not. I haven't seen that movie. Mouse, do you want to watch that movie? Have you seen it? The Room? That's what it's called, right? He did the voice. I have seen it, but we can watch it. Sure, okay. I'd like that. I'd like to see that. See what all the memes are about. If she doesn't, can we watch it? You can watch whatever you want. You should watch it. It's goofy. Oh, hi, Mark. Thank you. Ah, now I see for the resub. Love the channel, man. Just passionate about the channel, man. Thank you. Now I see. Thank you, Red Cervidae, for the new sub. Malice the Malicious for the resub. You have some good tea. I might go make a tea during break again. Maybe I should go pre-boil the kettle or something like that, or I'll get it started during break. Thank you, Dolomitos for the resub. Off-brand pizza for Kenzo. Thank you, Aperture City for the resub. Mirot for the resub. A Friendly Potato Cat for the resub as well. Thank you, Sarita XOX for the resub. Always look forward to Umineko streams. Thank you. You're welcome. Glad you're enjoying them. Thank you, Fidice for the resub. Hello, Joe. Is even your real name? No, it is not my real name. You're going to find out my real name tomorrow. Thank you, Tahurvan Bonsai. Tahurvan Bonsai. I'm saying that wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Cybermonk, for the resub as well. So much candy. Thank you, Fresh Gary, for the resub. Aldo and Feet Picks for the resub. Oh no, I'm late for the Penis Ultimate episode 3 stream. Thank you, Delete TF for the resub. Yuri was taken for the bits. Ryder, okay, I'm gonna make Rosa hit her kid. Rosa hits Maria. Ryder, what the fuck? I hate this character. I'm gonna put her through hell. Thank you, Wafer, for the resub. Thank you, Cruzy73 for the resub. And thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Ava Beatrice. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, Simonishi and Loner Archon again for the just absurd amount of gift subs today. Thank you very much. Is your real name Mickey? No, it's not. I wish it was, though, because then I could sing the song about myself. Ever heard of Severance? Very good show on Apple TV. No, I've never heard of it. Should I watch that? I don't know if I want to get another service, unfortunately. The Room is genuinely not very fun to watch. The Disaster Artist gets it across, but actually entertaining. I feel like you should watch the movie before The Disaster Artist, though, shouldn't you? Where does the name Joseph Anderson come from? Ask me tomorrow. Because I can't tell you all the details until tomorrow, okay? Ask me tomorrow. Have you watched Dune? I have not watched Dune, no. I haven't watched Dune, and I haven't read Dune either. People are very strange these days. I used to know this witch. She had a dozen furniture. Battler found out about it and beat her so bad she ended up in a hospital on Rickenjima Street. What? Have you met your neighbors yet? You mentioned footsteps. Have you considered it's actually a ghastly ghoul? I have considered, yeah, I have considered finding out like weeks from now that the upstairs apartment has been vacant the whole time. I have not met any of the neighbors yet, no. But I haven't heard any of them talk yet either. I can just hear footsteps and running sometimes. Didn't someone suggest Dune for Jelly Jonah? Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to do Dune, Jelly? Like, that's a long one. That would be a mix of classic, memeable, and contemporary. We could do Dune. But it's fucking long. I don't know about that. It is a good choice, though. It's not that long? Is it not? I thought it was a long book. Is it not that long of a book? Is it weird that I am genuinely mad that Eva Beatrice cooked Maria and Rosa? No, it's not mad at all. It's kind of fucked up, yeah. Like you like having empathy about the deaths and the torture that she's putting them through is the right reaction, I think. Any roommates in the new place? Nope. I'm just me and the dog. Me and Gatsby. Fear and Hunger as a stream game possible? Possible. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. We're definitely not locking any more games until we are until we've gotten through some of the backlog. Sorry, recycling my joke from DMs. Neither of us are virgins, so I think it won't work. How many games are in the backlog? I don't know. There's a site you can check, actually. Is it a Nightbot command? You might be able to get the Nightbot command, or you can just go down and see the schedule below. Are we doing a breakdown? Nah, we're just riffing with chat between the chapters a little bit. When does Baldur's Gate 3 start? Sorry if it's been asked before. Baldur's Gate 3 was going to start in a couple weeks, but now people are drumming up saying that I should wait until the patch is out and we should do Metal Gear Solid first instead. And I'm kind of tempted. I don't know. I don't know what we should do. There you go. Someone like this. Schedule Joe. There's a bunch of games there. You're about to go into a 50-minute chapter, by the way, so you should just take your break at a vibe space moment. Okay, maybe we can take it now then. We're only 17 minutes away from break, and I already kind of need to pee. I'll just chat for a little bit longer, and then we'll do it. What about Pentiment? What about Pentiment? We might be doing that this year, I think. Pentiment before Metal Gear Solid? No, I can't do Pentiment before Metal Gear Solid. We're doing Metal Gear Solid before Pentiment. Do Metal Gear first so I have time to play Baldur's Gate 3. Larian Studios are known for their amazing post-release patches, honestly. Yeah, but shouldn't I play it before the post-release patch then, so I get the true Baldur's Gate 3 experience? If anything, we're now on a time limit to see what it's like. Are we doing 1000 X resist first? Or yeah, we are. We are doing 1000 X resist first. Yep. We're doing that after Returnal. You scheduled Penultimate before Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, but I don't remember that. Therefore, it's not true. That's how it works. Thank you. I'll place Dynskate. Wait, what? Why am I thinking Steinsgate when I say that? For gifting out a sub. Thank you very much. I'll play Steinsgate? Oh, for fuck's sake. No. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's not a game. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Oh no. Oh no. 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 If you were to try and sell someone on Umineko without spoiling anything big, how would you do it? Well, me personally, I would probably I have a cheat code because of like the platform that I have. I could say like, look, I have a reputation for being pretty hard on stories. Sometimes it's not well founded, but you know what I'm like, and I really like this story. So like if you like if that means something to you, and my recommendation of being like, hey, I think the story is really good, but with like it starts off really slow and you have to have some investment, I would probably go with that. But if I didn't have that to lean on, I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably with a lot of qualifiers and caveats being like, there are some bad moments, like you just trust me, like keep at it, like, no pressure, but if you want to go through it, you're gonna have to give it like 5 hours of your time, that sort of thing. If Mouse and I co-piloted during Stinks Hate, do you think you could push through for the tarot card reading? Nope. Nope. The Steinsgate continuation is being held hostage. Nope. 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 I wouldn't want to put the two of you through that anyway. What are you talking about? Joe, will you play the Umineko fighting game afterwards? I don't think so, but, maybe. That's true for Final Fantasy 14. Need to play 40 hours and then it gets really good. Has the answer fully been moved to DLC month? Not sure yet. Anyway, let's take a break, everybody. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to go use the bathroom and start the kettle boiling. I think I want another tea. That was the test you passed. Don't play mind games with me, Jelly. What are we doing? Anyway, be right back. Oh, if you've been sitting the whole entire time, like get up and walk around, go get a drink, brush your teeth, blah, 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 blah. It's not good to stay sitting for the whole entire time. Be right back. Hello, chat. Okay, so it's stream has been live for an hour and 56. So at 2:01, I need to go finish the lemon tea, which will take me about 30 seconds. Gatsby wants to come in here with me, but unfortunately he can't because of the tent situation. So it's a little too strained and tent in here, so he might knock something over. Watch your Edith Finch video, and it was really good. Can't wait for Umineko to get the same treatment. Tent? You're in a tent. Oh, some of you weren't here from the beginning? Yeah, I'm in a tent. Here, I'll show you. This is my setup right now. Why? Because it echoes if I don't do this. What is the blanket attached to? That's a coffee table put up on its side, and then a mattress leaned against the coffee table because the coffee table wasn't tall enough. So it's like draped over a mattress, and it's pinched in the closet doors in order to stay up. I'm right about it looking like a Fallout 4 prop. You know I am. You are right. That's why it's angering. Yeah. That chair doesn't look like it will last much longer, not gonna lie. What do you mean? It doesn't look that bad. What do you mean? It's fine. You should leave it like that. In fact, add more blankets. Maybe I should. I feel kind of cozy in here. One armrest is peeled. Yeah. Do you want to know who peeled it? One of my children. The other one's perfectly fine. Cozy stream. Can you remind me when you were playing 1000X Resist? I didn't know it was a Weeb game, so now I think I have to play it. Yeah, sure, I can remind you when we start playing it. It'll be like an ad on Discord. It's gonna be the week after next, I think. I don't think Returnal is gonna last longer than 3 streams, is it? Maybe 4? Played it recently, it's pretty good. Yeah, I hear it's pretty good. It's not too long either. I'm one of the 3 Sekimea guys you dropped in the volcano. What? I would estimate it to take you 40 hours with the amount you both stop. You are not obligated to like it or feel bad. It's fine. I'm not the key man. Wait, what? That's that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. I need my emotional support mouse right now. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Give them a marble. I was just the one guy on it. I like watching Umineko. Okay, we'll continue and not talk about this. I'll just pretend it didn't happen. Please give them a marble. Okay, fuck, you can have a marble. Okay, you can have a marble. If you didn't know, Mouse and I are going to be... Are we starting? When are we starting? I don't know when we're starting. Mouse and I will be reading Sekimea, like we're reading the Umineko, on Mouse's stream on Sundays. We're doing Umineko... We're doing Sekimea Saturdays on Sunday. I don't know if we're starting this week or if we're going next week. That's what we're going to be doing. So if you want to see, like, have more reading, then we will be doing that on Sundays. On Mouse's stream, not my stream. Plot synopsis of that? I don't... There's a... there's this small town in the middle of nowhere. It's in the mountains or some shit. Okay, that's what it looked like to me. And for some reason, like Amazon, Walmart conglomerate, minor like mining operation, but also synthetic crystallized gemstone manufacturer or something. I don't fucking know. Makes this huge, gigantic like box building that's like bigger than anything around in the town. And then they have discovered or created or found in some way something called the Sekimaya, which is this amazing gemstone that I wish I could describe to you. However, they don't fucking show it at the beginning. So the whole setup is that you are Akaro, and Akaro and his friend, I can't remember her name, Sayaka Fako, goes into this museum to have a tour, and you're there with one other person that you just met there, and then Naomi, who is the tour guide, is going to take you into the building. You're going to be the first ones ever from the public to view the Sekimaya. The Sekimaya, this gem that's valued, like it's just completely like fucking priceless or whatever. So you go to the tour guide, and you can only go in groups of 3 with the tour guide, and you go there and you're the first people ever, and as they're she unlocks the cabinet to show you the Sekimaya, and just as they're about to show it, some black smoke appears in the room from seemingly nowhere, and then they talk about endlessly the black smoke for the next hour and a half. And it's just non-stop black. It knocks them out. It coats the cameras. It goes all over their clothes. They have to wipe the sludge on them. And when they wake up, okay? I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, okay? When they wake up, Naomi's gone. And the main character, who is like LARPing as a great detective and is always considering everything, is like, yeah, so clearly this black smoke was released in order to make it a path for someone to come in and steal the priceless Sekimaya out of this cabinet. It's really the timing of the cabinet being unlocked and then the smoke appeared is too convenient. And also it probably cleared a path through all the doors and covered the security cameras, and they must have been stealing. This is all to steal the Sekimaya. You know what? I am so certain that this is about stealing the Sekimaya that I am not going to look into the cabinet to see if the Sekimaya is gone. I'm just going to assume that it has been taken. I am now going to leave the room without looking into the cabinet to see if the Sekimaya is gone, talk to the security guard, find out that the whole building has been put in lockdown for the next 12 hours, talk to every single other person about it, talk about the smoke, talk about a staircase in the other room that's in the lobby, talk about how the lobby doesn't have security cameras, see the shutters that are over every single door and window, talk endlessly about the 12-hour time limit that we are, and still not go back in, the tea is finished, and still not go back in the room to look in the cabinet to see if the Sekimaya is stolen. Anyway, that's it. That's all we know so far about the story. Your tea king? Okay, I'm coming back. Brother, you're not even on the plane yet? There's a plane? No. Bacano? Isn't Bacano already there? Is that a free duplicate one? Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did I mute the microphone? I don't think I did, right? How did Assistant Weeby rope you into joining his ploy to finally get me to read Sekimaya? Mouse was roped into reading it, and then we were hanging out, and she said, "I'm gonna start reading this VN. Do you want me to share the screen?" And then I was like, "Sure." And then it looked interesting, and then she just started reading it aloud to me, and then I just started reading it back. Like we were trading pages 2 at a time, and then and then we read a little bit on stream 2 nights ago, I think. And now here we are. Based on Twitch logs, in 2023, the writer said, "You would not survive Sekimaya. It's too mystery focused at the expense of all else." Okay, all right. They seem to know their story. All right. What was I gonna Google? Bacano. Bacano. I'm sure this one is already on the list, is it not? Yeah, I have a it's whatchamacallit. It's not blue. Yeah. Okay, I don't need to read this one again. Okay, it can get another marble then. Okay, it can get another marble. Okay. I can now freely criticize that story in front of one of the people that worked on it because they got a marble in compensation. Okay, all right, we're gonna start reading again in like 2 minutes. Thank you, enticing Ethan for the resub. Hey Joe, if your apartment doesn't have a washer and dryer in it, any chance you would buy a replacement Florence? We want to hear her song again. It does have a washer and dryer in it, and I'm actually loving that it does. So sorry about that. It also has a dishwasher, so that's good. I've already used it a couple times. It's a pretty good washer and dryer. Okay. I feel bad for Ryukushi now. What? Because Ryukushi didn't get a marble? Hey, tell you what. Ryukushi shows up in the chat. Ryukushi can have fucking 10 marbles, okay? Z. Phew. Looks like she's finally calmed down. Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, well, using your own magical hand. For a time, Eva had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared she'd finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Eva's hand. He thought it might be time to let go pretty soon, but he faithfully continued to hold on. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. Yeah, but even so, as promised, he didn't let go of her hand. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Eva had finally been able to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant. Aniki, Hideyoshi-san, sorry. Is Rosa there? It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so that he wouldn't wake Eva. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. What is it? Something happened to Rosa-san? We can't find Rosa or Maria-chan. I thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria-chan in the corridor. They got quiet after that, so I thought they'd gone back to the lobby, but did they? That idiot. Rudolph clicked his tongue. Other people could be seen in the corridor. Rosa hadn't returned for a while after going out into the corridor, so they began to worry in the corridor. Near the front door, at the end of the corridor, Natsui pointed at the unset chain. The chain isn't set! They must have gone outside to see that rose after all. How extraordinary careless to go out and leave the door unlocked. What a troublesome person. I'm more worried about Rosa-san and Maria-chan themselves. Right. Hey, brats. Where was this Rose and Maria's? I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden. If that's where they are, we should be able to spot them pretty quickly if we go. Dad, shouldn't we bring them back as soon as we can? Of course. These two don't look alike at all, do they? Of course, we'll bring them back and give them a good spanking. I'll dash out there and come back. Lock the door as soon as I go out. Dad, I'll go with you. Don't be stupid. It's obviously a brat's job to watch over the house with Mama. Mama? What is it? Did something happen? Sorry, did I wake you up? It seems Rosa-san took Maria-chan outside. How reckless of her. Rose and Maria-chan are outside? In the rose garden? That's right. Oh, did you hear? Maria-chan was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see this rose. They mustn't go to the rose garden. Tell Rosa to stop. That's where I hid the gold. There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while ago. Seriously, how reckless of them. That's not it. Not the rose garden. There's a witch there. And she's waiting for a sacrifice. Rosa, you mustn't go. Oh, Pitorici. Eva cowered again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad. What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad? It's a dream. Yes. In the rose garden, the witch doing that to Rosa and Maria-chan. That's right. It's a dream. It must be. Calm down. I'm here in this room, and the chain is set. The shutter's closed on the window, and we've even got a gun. This room is just like a fort. Look, I'm in a fort. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hideyoshi beat his chest, trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she just had was only a dream. Uh-oh. In the center of the Rose Garden, Rudolph identified the corpses of Rosa and Maria. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried both of them into the guest house. If we can trust Nanjo's examination, the cause of Rosa's death was a stab in the medulla oblongata with the pointed gate at the fence. It is thought that Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands. However, due to the devil's proof, we cannot discount a misdiagnosis. I will say it in red. Rosa and Maria died. The causes of death were as Nanjo diagnosed. She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake. She got frustrated, killed Maria by strangling her, and then threw herself onto the fence in shame. Don't worry. So, you argue that even though you both toyed with their death so much, it's all fine because the corpse is neat and clean? I definitely won't forgive you. I definitely won't forget all of that brutal treatment you gave Aunt Rosa. So I won't forgive you. Like I said, that wasn't me. I believe I gave them a much more peaceful death than the way she treated them. Shut the hell up. I'm not talking to you. It was stated that there are no more than 18 people on this island, and now that 8 people are already dead, we can narrow the field of suspects down to 10. Sorry, I know it's tedious, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. She doesn't count. The way that she repeated that no more than 18 people instead of saying there are 18 people makes me think that there could be fewer than 18 people. But if that's the case, some people don't count as people. Which I think was line of thought that these people are furniture instead of counting. And if that's the case, that takes us down to 15. Which means that there's definitely room for extra people to be on there that we're not seeing. That we maybe have never even seen. But it could just be one, and like no more than 18 could mean that there are only 16 people on the island. Like these 15 here, and then 3 furniture plus 1 more is 16. You need to ask that. One of them probably killed those 2. Or it could also be an accidental death, like Maria was having a tantrum, and when Aunt Rosa tried to stop her crying, she misjudged how much power she was using and accidentally killed her. Then she was so upset that she slipped and fell, landed on the fence, and unluckily died. How's that? That way there's no need for a witch or magic. Well, that's not quite true. Actually, Rosa and Maria... Shut up. Didn't I say I wasn't talking to you? You're an eyesore, so disappear, you monster. Battler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. That strange behavior was something Beato had noticed right off the bat. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel that coldness. Beato didn't find that amusing. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't pick fights. She's so different. Is this more of the human coming through? And she's lost her grasp on like the witch persona? Is that so? Then I'll vanish. Ronove, continue for me. Certainly. Will that be satisfactory, Battler-sama? There are no problems with the proposal. If Battler-kun doesn't want to see Beato's face, perhaps that will do. Do what you like. If I can live without seeing that monstrous face, I don't care about anything else. Hey, wait a second. You keep saying monster, but isn't that a cruel way to speak of me? Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler? Even though none of that was me, even though it was all the work of my disciple. It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now. It's been like that from the very beginning. Hey, Battler. Don't misunderstand, okay? Aren't we just a pair of players confronting each other through a game? We look for moves to make things painful for each other, but... Don't get the wrong idea. I don't hate you because you're my rival in this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not. I just can't forgive how senselessly cruel you are. Well, serial murders are a part of this game. It's probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty. I'm not just talking about what just happened. There was the last time and the time before that too, tearing everyone's stomachs open and stuffing them with sweets, plowing their faces. What was the point of all that? That's... well... when it comes to closed room murders and tricks and alibis, I'm willing to give you a pass. You want to claim that this is a murder done by magic, so I'll grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes need to occur. But what exactly is the point of all those grotesque murders? Well, it's to cover some shit up maybe, and now, ooh, are you actually mad or is this a tactic? Well, nothing much. Just wanted to make it look good and interesting for you. That's right. They don't mean anything. You're just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. That has nothing to do with whether you're a witch or whether it could or couldn't be done with magic. You're just exploring the depths of cruelty for fun. This isn't about whether you're a witch or anything like that. There are just some things I can't forgive as a human. What do you mean as a human? For example, the 6 people of the first Twilight for this game, well, other than Grandfather being burned black, the other corpses were killed in a normal way without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. Normal murders. It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyway, as far as killing goes, that was acceptable. It was much better than the nonsensical grotesqueness and cruelty from the first Twilight last time or the time before that. And this time, there were 6 closed rooms tied together to make a closed room chain. That was sort of interesting. When we were going back and forth with each other that time, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun. You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic trying to deny it. We were both frantically doing all we could. This may sound weird, but I felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us. Oh man, Jelly should be here so we do the play-by-play. We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought that we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence. Flirting, but just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace. That's what you're misunderstanding. That wasn't me. That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. You watched Aunt Rosa being killed horribly over and over, and you sneered at it like it was an interesting show. When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed in you. When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time was nothing more than a faint whim, and that nothing had changed your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed. On the contrary, you were even genuinely enjoying those brutal deaths. You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me. You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty. Your character lets you enjoy it. You said I'd probably think that Aunt Rosa being brutally killed over and over was fun. You weren't joking. You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart, wanted me to sympathize, and said I'd probably think it was fun. In that instant, I lost respect for you and realized the truth. The problem isn't whether you're a witch or not. I will not forgive that cruelty of yours, and I can't understand it. I can't forgive it either. Still, I'll continue this game of whether to accept or deny witches. I won't step down and accept my own defeat. However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely unnecessary for that game, so I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent. Rondo is 100 times better. He doesn't have the same cruel hobby you do. Even if he does, he doesn't have the awful taste to show it off in front of me. That's right, you have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand. That's unpleasant in an opponent. Fucking hell. So I don't want to see your face again. As Battler went on and on by himself, Beato was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told, and this was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, all the sprites, as though even she herself didn't know what attitude she should take. Do you think Battler is being too harsh here? No! In the end, she made her face into a candid expression, as though she had come to her senses, and shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired. In that case, do as you like. From now on, I will continue this game through Ranave. You have no complaints as long as I don't show myself, right? For the time being, but I definitely won't forgive all of your cruel actions up until now, and I definitely won't accept you. For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you've picked, and I definitely won't lose. That's all there is to it. Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression will not waver. I have something to talk about later. Until then, stay back. Indeed. Understood. Then I'll vanish until you call. Alright, so what, we're setting up the end of romantic comedy act 3 where, you know, he has to chase after her and just find her miraculously in some place. And then she says, "You found me," and then they'll be fine again, right? That's what's gonna happen. Look forward to it. They belong together. Looking lonely, Beato turned her back to them and vanished. Battler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. Catches up to her at Golden Butterfly Airport. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up. She's an idiot. That's true. An idiot, and a straightforward one. That idiot watched Aunt Rosa get killed horribly with me, then turned around with a huge smile on her face. She really believed that she could laugh with me at that cruel show. She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion. Looking at that innocent smile, I felt just horrible. It would have been much better if she had said it with her normal bullying face. Damn it. Milady has never had the experience of having a friend. In addition, she has probably never had something spoken to her that strongly. Madam and I are her attendants. No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears. For Milady, this is... Okay, I feel like we're being spoken to about the person that Kinzo like raised to be Beatrice. The one that came in after Rosa accidentally got the other one killed. That she has the capacity for cruelness? Is like she like I can't remember her name from V3. Like was she like raised to be cruel to like animals and stuff? Like and she doesn't understand like how fucked up she is? Was that part of it? Cuz I can't let go of that view of the story so far. So I'm trying to make it fit with that. What would the context be for these conversations then? Who are we talking to right now? Okay, let's just keep going. No matter what we say, it will not reach your ears. For Milady, this is also... Don't screw with me. I don't remember ever becoming her friend. That's true enough. My apologies. There's one thing I would like to thank you for. Thank you for not backing down from that child's game. She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason, Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though in self-derision, he chuckled. Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed. Let's resume the game. Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Unlike Milady, I do not get agitated. I've already made my move. If we suppose that Aunt Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident, I can deny the witch. I don't want to suspect Aunt Rosa, but I think I can bear to accept that premise if it'll beat the hell out of Beato. I will deny it with red. Rosa's and Maria's deaths were homicides. Does killing yourself count as a homicide? Okay, let's start from there. Damn, I'm just not getting fired up. If Rosa was like choking Maria in her last moment before she died, or like it clamped around her arteries or whatever, and she like pushed Rosa really hard, and then she fell on the fence, and then she collapsed and died afterwards because of the damage done to her neck. Would that count as like a homicide, like mutual homicide? Like, would that be they killed each other? With Rosa and Maria's deaths, it was now clear that the culprit was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's corpse for being reckless several times, but Rosa would never respond to that again. They decided to place the two corpses in one of the guest rooms and to seal it until the police arrived. Is this the first time they've moved bodies? It's not the first time bodies have been moved, but is it the first time that the survivors have moved bodies? I think it is, isn't it? The second murder, no, the murder of the second Twilight had delivered a heavy blow to everyone. It had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that a crime didn't actually occur, it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants, trying to distract themselves from the loss of the people they liked. George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility, and they had distracted their hearts by supposing that these murders might actually have all been an act, and that Shannon and Cannon were only pretending to be dead. When the next murder occurred, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again struck by the fact that the person they liked had most definitely been killed. The tears that they thought had died away began to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. After that, all of the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and locked, just in case. They made certain that the shutters on all of the windows were down and locked, and they confirmed that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and checked with each other to make sure that they were all mentally prepared so they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw a shadow of a mysterious person. Also, no one had gone to the cabinet to see if the Sekimaya was still there. Rosa's gun had been found near the scene of the crime. Free gun. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap. But when Hideyoshi delicately used the fire iron to fire off test shots, it was able to discharge without incident. So, since the 5 shots loaded into it had discharged without any problems, they reloaded it with bullets and handed it over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. Wow. Wow. During International Women's Day month too? What the? However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. This short barrel Winchester could hold only 5 shots. Nanjo has a gun. Does Nanjo have a gun? I guess he does. This short barrel Winchester could only hold 5 shots. In other words, Sumari, Rosa hadn't fired even once, unless someone reloaded it, and yet the 2 had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew. When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that it was all an act. My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he had actually been an accomplice, I thought the deaths of all the servants might possibly have been a massive elaborate act by father. Maybe it still is, and they don't know someone's dead for real. After all, the closed room situation they were in couldn't have been created unless we supposed that it was an all an act. We also suspected that. No, I still want to believe that that's the case. My apologies, but that is not so. I am quite old. I might possibly make a misdiagnosis. However, I would never mistake whether they were alive or dead. I get it. Don't go out of your way to say it out loud, Dr. Nanjo. My apologies. They had no way of knowing, but Beato had already used the red to proclaim the deaths of the 6. No, the deaths of all the victims so far in this game. That faint dream that it was all a farce, that the victims were actually alive. I'm sorry to say it, but that's impossible. In that case, it makes more sense to assume it's someone familiar with the mansion, someone hiding around and carrying out a really well-polished crime. So ever since the typhoon came to this island and sealed it off from the outside world, there's been more than 18 people here. Of course, there was no way for them to know about that either. That claim of Rudolph's had also been denied and read. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. I might have a way to look at it that keeps things consistent, at least a little. Simply put, this person in hiding is someone who shouldn't really be on this island right now, and yet there's a likelihood that they were someone Rosa-san knew, someone she let her guard down around. It's Maria's dad. So, for example, could it be a servant who wasn't on this 2-day shift? It's hard to be certain about that one. When our servants finish their work and leave the island, it isn't as though we punch their ticket or something to make sure. If we're supposing that a servant on a shift from a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed here, that would be hard to deny. I don't think Rosa-san is such a fool. If a servant who wasn't supposed to be here popped up in front of you, who wouldn't be on their guards? I'm not even sure we should be assuming that it was someone she recognized. Maybe they suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were about to steal her gun. Then Rosa fell, hit her head against the fence, and stopped moving. The guest house was nearby, and they wanted to avoid the sound of gunfire, so they killed Maria-chan with their bare hands. There's also that possibility. Still, even if that is the case, would they really intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the crime? We don't know what the culprit's armed with, but they've got to feel insecure about our guns. Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply? Why would they intentionally leave it at the scene of the crime? At first, I thought that gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it should be. By purposely leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it, and they must have wanted us to make us pull the trigger. I was sure that something dangerous had been done to it, which is why I let Hideyoshi do it and not someone important, to make it explode and cause massive injuries. But it was actually okay. The culprit probably panicked. I'll bet that right now they're regretting that they missed their chance to steal a gun. I don't like it. It ticks me off like it's a message from the witch saying she isn't even scared of guns. However, in any event, this is truly a fearsome opponent. Even at a glance, they should have been able to tell that Rosa had a gun. To think that they attacked her despite that, the fact that they are unafraid of guns should not be taken lightly. Indeed, it's as Natsui says, we should probably be even more cautious than we have been. This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa-san was attacked outside, where was everyone? Natsui and I were here, along with Rudolph and Kirie-san. I can guarantee their alibis. Unless all four of them did it. Eva and I were together. I can guarantee that. George and Nikki, Jessica, and I were together. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us to return to the second floor, we retraced our steps back to the cousin's room, all dejected. Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go, saying that isn't going to change anything. Dr. Nanjo? I was... Oh. Fucking Schrodinger's cat box. It was I was reading a book in the room on the second floor. What was the book? I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi, but I believe everyone saw me return to the second floor with the children. Once I say this, it'll never end. But what if you jumped out the window, attacked Rosa, and climbed back up using a rain gutter or something? Don't be absurd. How can I perform a feat such as jumping down from the second floor story or climbing up with this old body? Let us stop suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other and, for the children's sakes as well, defend this place until the very end. Okay, I'm sorry, but Nanjo should be in confinement right now? You're right. It's like Natsui-san says. For now, let's stop suspecting each other. That's right. We may be useless as far as searching for the culprit is concerned. We can only stay alive until tomorrow, inform the police, and follow their instructions, because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is. Yeah. What is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling bad? Mother, what's wrong? Oh yeah, you're their kid. Are you okay? Sorry. It looks like my fever is still strong. I'll be fine, so leave me alone. It's all that time I've spent killing people in the rain. When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She'd been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of their situation, but it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all. Hold on. Hideyoshi could have ran out while you were asleep, went out and followed them, killed them, set the trap with the gun, and then when Kirie like expertly made you fire it, disarmed the trap that you knew was there. The Hanjo? Yeah, but he could have got out his shot put ball that he carved holes in and put her fingers into it to simulate a hand while he was gone. Easily. I think it could have been Hideyoshi. Yep. Oh fuck, you're here now? Yeah. I killed those two. Now we're the only ones who know about the gold. So I won't give up even a scrap to the other siblings. What have you done? There was so much of that gold, right? Giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all, right? It would. That gold is to be passed on only to the head of the Ushiromiya family. That's because it, as a whole, represents no more or less than the honor of the head. To wound that even a tiny bit is definitely not something that I, the new Golden Witch Beatrice, will permit. Giggle, 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 giggle. Do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph? Do you actually plan to become a murderer 5 more times? Yeah. If I don't finish that annoying ceremony, it seems my power as a witch won't become complete. Hey, me. The power of the witch is really awesome. It really can make all the crazy things we imagine become reality. The power to make dreams more than just dreams. Now that I've learned of this power, I can no longer stop being a witch. If I can finish the ceremony and make my power complete, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Cackle, cackle. Stop acting like a fool. Haven't you played at being a witch enough? We found the gold, and we've even been promised the position of the successor. We'll probably need to tightrope walk just a bit, but by now, that's a dream that will definitely come true. Beyond that, what more could you wish for? I wanted to become a witch. I don't give a damn about that dream. That's right. Because I kept holding on to that dream, I've lived at this age forever. When you become an adult, you threw that dream away. No matter how long you wait, the rabbit hole holding a clock won't visit you. The rabbit holding a clock won't visit you, and you won't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty. Of course, you definitely won't be invited to the land of cards, because you gave up and accepted all that. You became an adult. Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland thrown together, so you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore. You've even forgotten that it truly was your own dream at one point. Anyway, stop it. I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams. The gold and the position of the head. What about having your son George and a nice husband Hideyoshi? What about that? That's more than enough. So please, your dream has nothing to do with me. Stand down. No way. Magic's too interesting. Also, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic. It wouldn't be fair if my dream didn't come true too. I'm grateful for your magic, and I acknowledge that you're a real witch. So just stand down and return to the inside of my heart, and never appear again. No way. We're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we? That's right, I am not you anymore. You are Ushiromiya Eva. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. So it's not my responsibility to go back inside your heart. I guess I feel like a butterfly who's broken out of her cocoon, meaning you. Huh. Huh. Ugh. The fever is making my mind cloudy. My inexperience with magical powers forcing me to support it with your vitality. Until I finish the ceremony and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden. I'll take that as payment for making 2 of your dreams come true. It's fine, don't worry, okay? For the remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Let's see, Rudolph, Kyrie, Kraus, Netsui. After that, what about that old geezer Nanjo? Perfect, I'll kill those 5 people. Giggle, giggle. Could you call this a murder announcement revealed only to you? Giggle, 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 giggle. Eva finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder. Are you okay? Let's take it easy and rest. Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo, take a look at Eva. When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Eva made a gesture to stop them. Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. I apologize for saying this during such an extreme situation, but let me rest a little longer. Mom, I'll lend a hand too. Thank you, but I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me. Go back to the 2nd-story cousin's room and don't come out no matter what. Understood? No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house. Outside. That witch will. Ooh. Don't talk anymore. Sorry everyone, but I'll be watching over Eva in our room. Tell us if something happens. Hideyoshi and Eva retreated from the lobby. However, Eva wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling good. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night and had been pressed by tension since that morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families, but if they relaxed even a little, surely everyone would be down and out. Everything has gone as planned until now, but from here on out, it will become difficult, you see? Difficult meaning? Indeed. Normally, as the ceremony progresses and the victims increase in number, they begin to tighten their guard, and in most cases they hole up in one place and stop moving. That is extremely inconvenient for us. Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group? Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison. That wasn't a problem a long ago when people believed in witches, but just like that annoyance battler, people in the current era deny magic on a fundamental level. In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical, Sumari. As a result, at some point, they grew to possess a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic. Sumari, you're saying that the more humans there are, the stronger the magic resisting toxin gets, and the greater the disadvantage is for us witches. The combined amount of power in their hearts that denies magic. Sumari, their magic resistance power becomes the denominator in the equation of your magic's power. Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you? You're joking. Actually, I understand it easily. Sumari, you're saying that the more people there are who don't believe in magic, the stronger their will is, the more the effects of our magic are divided. Yeah, if it's so formulaic, I'll have to rethink my method of attack. Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens or divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it, and that toxin started piling up in humans since the time they forgot to respect things sacred, until finally this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They had been forced to choose to throw away their magic and live as humans, or else live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. In that sense, Rikingima, with its population of only a few dozen humans, was extremely favorable for witches. And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in the Rikingima forest. In other words, Sumari, by permeating the island with the fear that a witch might exist, the magic resisting toxin from the humans was weakened. This is hard for me to say. A small population and room for them to acknowledge magical beings. Sumari, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only by existing in the valley where those two converged could a witch live in modern times. I see. So using this formula, we can arrive at several rules for how a witch can use her power efficiently. The first is presentation. Create a murder scene that couldn't conceivably have been done by humans, decorate it in an occult way, make it look very much like a witch exists, and permeate people with fear to make them believe that witches exist. As a result, the anti-magical power and the denominator for our magical power will be decreased. I see, so this is why the creepy magic circles of the first Twilight were created. That's right, exactly. The gaudy scenes from the first Twilight in each game are all for that reason. It's definitely not as though I like being cruel or I'm doing it for fun. In that case, Predecessor-sama, you failed this time around. You killed him in a very plain way. It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery. I heard about last time and the time before that from Ronove. You should have damaged the corpses more grotesquely. Like, and you're just taking in stride that there was a last time? Aren't you thinking now, what if there's a next time? Are you just a part of the crew now? Like, what's going on here? You should have damaged the corpses more grotesquely like you did then, making it look more like fantasy and instilling fear in those people. Well, about that, I thought it wouldn't be artful to do that every time, you see. Don't think too deeply on it, it's just a whim. Actually, it really had been her whim. After what Battler had said to her, she couldn't say it out loud anymore. She really had decided her methods of killing based on mere whims. No, would it be better to say she had half-heartedly let Ronove decide? After all, she left the closed rooms of this game's first Twilight to him. What? Okay, when she says this game's first Twilight to him, my first understanding of that was that she was talking about the first episode, but she's not. That's my misreading it, right? It's this episode, meaning episode 3, this game's first Twilight. Okay, all right, sorry. I just misread that for a second there, and it kind of fucked me up. So yeah, he definitely did do this one, okay. But if she had a cruel idea, then she would, because Ronove wasn't here until episode 3. But if she'd had a cruel idea, then she would surely have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than in the previous game. He told me to show some restraint when deciding Rose's and Maria's deaths too, but that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, was it? In actuality, by now, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists. They're totally sure that it's a mystery, not a fantasy. This turn of events is a failure from a witch perspective. For some reason, you keep doing things in a kind of lukewarm way, Predecessor-sama. Like they say, things you learn when you're young will definitely help you out in the future. This is a test passed on from my predecessor to you. Take it on with respect. Wahaha. Beato tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously the fake laugh of someone trying to cover something up, and the new witch shrugged with a sigh. At this stage, it's probably too late to create a scene and reduce the anti-magic power. In that case, there's another move. Getting the humans to split up should work. Indeed, that is probably the most effective way. The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. As a result, the magical power functions instantaneously. Sumari, it all begins from one point, how to destroy this barricade situation and have them split up into smaller groups. However, they are already very cautious. Sumari, they're not going to let us get close. The barricade won't be destroyed easily, right? Both the barricade in Kinzo study 2 games ago and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn. Furthermore, most of the cunning adults still remain this time. The situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, understand? If you wish, I could give you some special advice. In a closed circle, when the first murder case occurs, the survivors always hole up, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Funnily enough, not only do mystery authors and murder culprits worry about how to break that situation apart, but so do witches, who supposedly exist at the other end of the spectrum. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her pointer finger, and after acting as though she was planning something, she spoke. No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test. I won't borrow your moves. Really? Still, it will be rather difficult to defeat this barricade, right? I've already made my move. I'm pretty sure it'll work, and it'll definitely work on someone smart. Is that so? You really are excellent. I'm pleased to see that my disciple won't be causing me much trouble. My motto is to study things before asking other people. Then, if you would excuse me, I have to wait for my prey to get lured out. Indeed. Well then, handle it with care. As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and vanished. Beato didn't look happy at all. She seemed to be lonely because of how little she was being relied on. Why do I feel bad for Beato? Not one of them gives a fig for me. You witch apprentice acting so smart. I'll bet she makes some painful mistake and starts crying. Then, without a doubt, she'll finally realize my greatness and beg me to teach her. Cackle. Until then, I shall watch from on high. She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Beato gave up and quickly stopped laughing. Ronove chose that time to show himself. Velvet Room report. Excuse me, milady. The game of the second twilight with Battler-sama has ended. I see. Good work. What was the result? He destroyed us. My sincere apologies. We got completely fucked. We were ass blasted, milady. He saw through it. Every red truth was a fucking disaster. If only you were there to tell me to lock the fuck in like I did to you last time. Virgilia is crying even though she was on his side. It was so devastating. You have no idea. My sincere apologies. I was forced to resign. By saying in red that both deaths were homicides, I made Battler-sama revise his claim of Rosa strangled Maria to death and then died in an accident. But I could not repel his chain of moves, placing Eva as the principal offender. Wasn't Eva sleeping in her room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her? Oh, you don't even know how it was done? He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice and the two were— Yes! My boy did it! Oh, this has happened every time! You put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice and the two worked together to create an alibi. He even suspects Hideyoshi? Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that he was in the guest room at the time of the murder? I also thought of that, but multiple important pieces might have been taken several moves later, and because this move might be connected to the new Beatrice-sama strategy, I acted out of respect to her. My apologies. Strategy, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp. We can let her do as she pleases. It'll be quite a show to see how far she can go. I thought you would say that. I see that the uncuteness of your disciple has left you in a bad mood. That's none of your business. I wonder how that one plans to destroy this barricade going forward. I shall keep a close eye on her. Oh, and how was Battler's mood? Not that I care or anything, but Baka, like, it appeared as though he had calmed himself down. He did say that he couldn't get fired up after all without you as his opponent. Really? Well, that's no surprise. No surprise at all. Does he miss me? Did he say anything about me? If I don't return for the fourth twilight and after, Battler will probably be lonely himself. Cuckoo. And with that, if you would excuse me, I need to bake some delicious cookies. I must at least enliven the discussion between you and Battler-sama, milady. Indeed. Blushy Crushy? That guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he? It's no surprise that a boy can eat so much. Make a lot of them. Certainly, I shall make enough cookies to bury the table. That sounds great. Blushy Crushy. Thank you, Omega Green XY for the resub. Joey Umineko, thank you. Thank you, Bartiox, or Bartios, for the resub as well. Thank you, Elaine Meow5 for the resub. Umi Pico. Thank you, Lazy Potato for the bits. Can Paimon say Sumari? In other words, Sumari. Paimon thinks... No, I don't think I did it right there. Do I need to start with Paimon thinks? Paimon thinks Sumari. There you go. Thank you, Ricekins or Ricekins for the resub as well. Hope you're doing well, Joe. Congrats on the new place. Thank you very much, Ricekins. Thank you. That's a switching phrase. I'm not into that yet. What's going on? Shit, I clicked the wrong place. What's going on? What did you want to talk about? Kyrie called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear. Yeah? I want to go outside. Oh. Does rain turn her on or something? What other possible reason could she have? What other reason could she have, chat? Certainly, the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but... Of course, we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out. It's probably at its brightest now. It's the most convenient time. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa-san was attacked. This is simply too reckless. It was only natural that Natsu was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said that he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly, on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. It's been a day. You can go a day without food. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy since it was only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive. I'm opposed to this. It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place. Don't worry about us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must be responsible as a parent, and also, you know, just get some food for myself while I'm there. Dear, now the father is dead, you are the Ushiramiya family head. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger. You're right. It's like Natsui-san says. Kara-san, you should remain here as our leader. Then who will go to the mansion? I think it should be Kariya and me, and Hideyoshi-san too. Hideyoshi-san and I have guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily. Where is Nanjo? Rosa-san also had a gun, but she was attacked. Won't it be dangerous? When I went to check on Rosa and Maria-chan, I had a gun, but I was alone, and yet I wasn't attacked. Sorry, 1 second, chat. I have an itch. And yet I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man. Okay, we'll have 2 men and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll transport our cargo using a cart. I believe the situation will be significantly different than it was for Rosa-san. If you're counting on me because I'm a man, I'd be happy to help. I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around. Leave the heavy lifting to me. You men can devote yourselves to guarding. You selves? There's a folding cart in the servant room, and using that I should be able to handle carrying the food. Of course, we'll be careful. And if we can succeed in this adventure just once, there won't be any need for us to take risks again. How about we all go together? Is there any way I can get you to rethink this? It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what's happening outside right now. Okay. Are you killing someone? You should be smarter than this. I'm disappointed, unless you're trying to kill someone. In that case, you know, respect, impressed, based, etc. We'll take care, and Eva's feeling pretty darn bad right now. We can't let her stay hungry. If her stomach's empty, she can't take her medicine. I have to go out for Eva's sake as well. She wants to drink? How is Eva? Looks like she's finally gotten to sleep. She has a high fever. If we just leave her be for a while... Are you leaving her alone in her room? You can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Okay, all I'm learning from this scene is that Kraus is really hungry. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. Permission? Then we'll take a little trip there and back. A speed contest. Canned food's okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, don't you? Yes, we have a can opener and a bottle opener. There's running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink. We need to get 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get. Alright. I don't have a can opener. Fuck, I need to get a can opener. And I don't have a fire extinguisher or a plunger right now. I need to go get them too. Alright, why don't we dash out and bring it back quickly? There's no need to open umbrellas. See you, Aniki. Well, I know. I've only been here for like 3 days, okay? I've gotten some stuff. I need to go get them. Do you have a sink? I have a sink, yeah. See you, Aniki. I'll trust you to look after this place. Take care. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go too. Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this. You think that's bad? I saw someone in Dragon's Den once who said they don't have a screwdriver. I have a screwdriver here. How do you not have a screwdriver? You should always have a screwdriver. This is about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Nikki. Okay, Natsui-san, wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back. Understood. Take care. Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of three... Oh, so the typhoon still hasn't, like, passed yet, or begun to pass yet. Okay. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and the rain, they probably would have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice. The Rose Garden. It feels like we were just asking to be attacked. Please, let no one come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark, or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief. No problems for the first step. Unlike how it was for Rosa-san, maybe they can get their hands on us easily. I'd like to believe that. Kirie, unlock the door while we keep a lookout. Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel like just an executive. Security personnel? Wow. If we had a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect. A welcoming party, huh? You never know. Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kirie unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given. It's open. Hideyoshi-san, you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear. Understood. Rudolph, you dog. Kirie-san, try not to move from my shadow. Okay, let's break in. Rear guard, roger that, covering. Roger, roger. Ah, men. Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you? Give it up, that's how men are. Seriously though, that stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room, and they were struck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion. No problems in the front, just a short dash to the kitchen. Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit will get fumigated with Dad's stench. The three of them dashed towards the kitchen. Ruh-roh, Reggie! And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there. They were lured out just as planned. Just as planned, they got caught in my trap. What, you planned for them to just get hungry? The witch grinned, thinking about it now. No matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and they lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? The hunger spell! Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic. What reckless people. They'll never leave this mansion alive. Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion. The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It's almost as though you were born a witch. Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth. Who taught you how to blink? That's what using magic is like for me. What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm losing steam a little bit here. Well then, try and perk up. Yeah. First up is Rudolph and Kyrie, but in what cruel way should I kill them? What about Hideyoshi? If you don't mind me saying, your predecessor Sama has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty. And there is an etiquette for offering the sacrifices from the fourth twilight onwards. For that, you must borrow the power of the seven sisters of purgatory. Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I could only play as I like with that second twilight. Boring. Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that only counts for how they're killed in the end, right? Meaning? I could just kill them however I want, over and over, revive them, and then follow the epitaph during the last time I killed them, right? So in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem. Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like this? Her laughs are like wow. Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that... Okay, that's strange, because in episode 1, Hideyoshi and Ava were not killed with the stakes of purgatory, but then during the tea party scene, when Beatrice showed how she killed them through the door, she did use the stakes of purgatory in order to... Oh, shit! Sorry. In order to do it. They were? Were they really? There were stakes in the second Twilight? Were there? Oh, you're right, there were. Okay, so why is episode 1 different then? Why is episode 1 different? How do you mean? Etiquette for offering sacrifices from the fourth Twilight onwards. For that, you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Well, in episode 1, it was the second Twilight that uses the Seven Sisters of Purgatory already. That's what I mean. Like, why is it different this time? What's the problem with that? It isn't a problem. It's just different. Like now, it seems like there's etiquette to use the stakes where that wasn't the case before, but they still did use them. So maybe the Twilight in this one is different. The etiquette that controlled the manner of the killing sacrifices of the fourth Twilight and onward was represented by the lines like "gouge the head." However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, Sumari, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Ranave felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her. They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say, but here it may actually be wiser to show restraint. They have guns. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was surprisingly afraid of guns. That can't be right. Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily? No, it would be just as fatal for a witch as it would be for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with the defense of protective barriers and furniture. Do I have any of those protective barrier things? Constructing a barrier to even make gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies. I'm afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of those. Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet. So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets. It's annoying, but I don't have a choice. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs? Yes, leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined tastes. Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place. I get it. Womp womp. I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I don't care who, any two. Leviathan and Belphegor responded to the call. Yo, what up? Leviathan of Envy, right here. Belphegor of Sloth, right here. Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kyrie. Don't attack Hideyoshi. Come on, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture. Alright, so the killer is Hideyoshi. My apologies, but we received orders from the Predecessor-sama to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions. But I think the Predecessor-sama's orders does give us some leeway to tease them. Do you still want to go through with it? I get it. I'll compromise. Don't let them die easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Will that be okay, Ronove? Yes. Depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem. Then go. Yes, leave it to us. Your opponents are armed with guns. For those such as you, dodging them should be easy. But if you are hit, the wound will be fatal. Oh no, yawning. Proceed with an appropriate level of caution. Don't worry, we aren't that incompetent. The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Whoops. Ronove bowed and vanished himself. Joe is so bored. I'm not bored at all. I'm just tired. I haven't got much sleep. There are even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor-sama? It's so rigid and boring. As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung in the hall, she cursed. The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned goods. It was very heavy, but oh, I didn't do that. Sorry, chat. Died in the rose garden with her medulla oblongata pierced by the spear-shaped part of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been a clear homicide, it may have been possible to suspect an accidental death in Rose's case. This woman was the human sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Maria. Her corpse was found in the rose garden. The cause of her death was strangling, probably by bare hands. Circumstantial evidence makes it reasonable to assume that she was killed after Rosa. Then her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. It was very heavy, but by piling on the cart, they could carry it well enough. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kyrie, even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty. With all this, even George and the kids will be full. The trip back will be a picnic, so let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kyrie frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall behind it. What is it, Kyrie? It's vague, but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me. Kyrie stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further. Woman's intuition? At times like this, Kyrie's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition. Yes. Someone's probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them before, but just now, I felt it. Just now, someone set up an ambush for us. Then there's no reason to go back the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through there with the cart. What the heck? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on? Can't you open it? Nope. Is it broken? It's genbooed. It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge. Don't force it. Let's leave through the front entrance. Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time. You think this is a trap? I don't know. Be careful. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaf started blowing, and gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color. I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush? Sorry, Cha, I have to stretch. Oh, good stretch. Good stretch. It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence. Don't hesitate. Fire. The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair as easily as it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly, guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those. Wait a sec. You won't even give us a chance to say our names? This is why I hate humans. Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting. In accordance with Beatrice-sama's orders, we will hunt you down. Our orders tell us to make it take some time and to tease you. You are free to resist, but know that it will be useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. What are these, girls? Forget the cart. We have two opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us. No, all three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions. Returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door, fighting was forbidden. As long as they could fully escape. Break a window and jump out, ha ha ha, in a tight spot, escaping is victory. Rudolph's having a blast. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go. I'll kill the woman. You take the man. Understood. Music! The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made their figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall. They pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the other's path of retreat. Let's see what this furniture's got. I hope they're at least able to amuse me. Beatrice-sama, it may not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily, and you don't unnecessarily move your king away from the center. That's part of a monarch's and a witch's dignity. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor. It's useless to try and resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. I'll gently end it all for you. You'd make a good wife. Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired. To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this really is Battler's dad. Beatrice-sama, thank you for this excellent prey. Die! Rudolph shot first. But even before the bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointed behind his back, from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click, click, clunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, Sumari, it meant the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned. Not bad for a middle-aged man. Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay? You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Just like Rudolph, Kyrie was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor. Rudolph Umineko? What a moron. You could have just escaped with your husband. You do know that was your final farewell just now, right? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asumu-san was around. Battler's mom? Or a reference? Hehehe. What a happy couple. I'm jealous. I am Leviathan of Envy. Envy itself is my power. Okay, jealousy's not the same. My anger, my lifeblood. I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if that is power, I won't lose to a girl like you. Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell. The autumn Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of a malice. Kyrie blocked it with her gun. What do you mean? Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magical resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as it were a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. She's perfectly parrying? What? And without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kyrie kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon Stake's feet touched the ground again, Kyrie was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the two women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger? Already have. It can be brutal when my husband isn't around. Sorry. Holy shit! I can be brutal whenever my husband is around. Ow, 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 ow. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall where they started from. The predecessor Sama's furniture is pretty good. They aren't very flashy though. Beatrice-sama, it isn't over yet and it's dangerous to show yourself. Don't tell me you're... Ava? That used to be my name, but it's different now, Rudolph. You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right? Yeah. How did you know? Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in. Holy shit. Alright, this scene's good. Beatrice-sama, look out. I really like Rudolph and Kyrie. Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot and again headed for Rudolph's back. And vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove toward Rudolph. Maybe this is kind of fun. Rudolph, let me sit back and watch to see how long your brave efforts last you. Cackle, 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 cackle. At that time, there was a dull tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Rudolph, no! Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Where's Hideyoshi throughout all this? Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kyrie hadn't suffered a single fatal wound. I really am a moron. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. Nah, you just envy them. That inferiority complex became envy. And when I convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than any of the other sisters. It's important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work. What? I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans, but I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power. That was a fucking sentence. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life? Giggle. I wonder. I get it. You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you. Isn't it incredible, that trust of yours? It's enough to make me jealous. What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other, good word, when things already look bad. I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one person to take my side. So when I see you with with a single ally who's completely trustworthy, I feel the strongest envy. Ah, that confident expression of utter belief in your husband. I can feel it giving me power. I might even surpass that. The speed of sound. Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. Since the day my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who grew quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed. Die, Ushiromiya Kyrie! The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. Kyrie merely parried with her gun. The noise from her bouncing off the wall sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kyrie probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was 100% certain of her victory, believing it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kyrie spoke with an unbelievably calm voice. I was the one who went out with Rudolph-san first. Asumu-san blatantly cut in between us, and shrewdly got pregnant. I don't blame Rudolph-san. That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him, and then acted even more repulsively. We're doing this now? Cornering Rudolph-san and forcing him to get engaged to her. Asumu-san had been carrying Battler-kun, and at the same time, I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day. What? Then Asumu-san gave birth to Battler-kun, but I had a miscarriage. I think about it sometimes. Oh fuck. What if Asumu-san had the miscarriage and I had been the one to give birth? Would Rudolph-san had broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't give birth to my child. So until Asumu-san died, and until I got pregnant with Angie, I cursed Asumu-san and was jealous. Let Asumu-san die, then I want him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asumu-san finally died. Are we having like a backstory envy battle right now? Is that what I was certain? I was certain that I used the power of magic to curse and kill Asumu-san, but that didn't quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, okay? Every time I look at Battler-kun, I remember that woman. Every single time I look at him, and I think that only if my child had been born, he would be the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her, even now and from now on, into the future for all eternity. You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights. Oh my god! Oh, the next line is gonna go so fucking hard. Holy shit! That's right. Here we go. Oh, don't make me laugh, little girl. How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her and who's burned with envy for 18 years? What? If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, then the power that Kyrie had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Sumari, Leviathan was fucked. Even without counting leap year. And we should, because it's Umineko. That was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour, to Kyrie's eyes, it only looked like 938th of that. Which means 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of 1.3 kilometers an hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor, which means Kyrie was fighting a baby. In the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kyrie looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel. You're completely lacking in both romance and envy. Try harder next time, little girl. Damn. Okay, I think this is the first battle that I've liked. That was good. Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago? You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around. After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore. That's enough. Why not kill you now? Yeah, damn it. I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up. That's enough. From now on, you don't need to think about anything. I'll steal away your life painlessly. Wait, there's a favor I want to ask. At the very end, I want to do one of those. What do you mean, one of those? You know, that thing you see in all the westerns. We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang. Ah, a duel. Very well. If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept. Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture. Let me warn you, even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can move instantaneously, even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull. Yeah, I can feel that already. You're faster than a bullet. I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Thank me. Well, you're an honest and principled person, and a good woman. You might just steal my heart away. Let's begin. 3 steps will do fine, yes? First, 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Is that okay? Yep. And since you still haven't noticed, after walking 3 whole steps, it's my victory, miss. What? Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier, but before an incarnation of anti-magic powers such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless. Did he shoot Ava instead? Is Ava still there? What are you doing? Why'd you get hit? The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic. Forgive me. I'm a coward of a man. Ugh. Merry Christmas. What a killjoy. To think that furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless, pathetic. If only you just grovel and die. Quit it, Aneki. She could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire, Aneki. So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you. At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king. Spectacular. Don't hate me for it. I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps. You added those 3 steps? Out of consideration? For me, didn't you? I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy. Honorable victory. Damn. And this on an empty stomach. Can't believe he's so hungry. You were a good woman. Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up. I'll definitely come and chat you up. Alright, are the other 5 going to come now and kill him? As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form, and she grew small, like gold dust melting into thin air. At that point, Kyrie dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph. Are you okay? Were you chatting someone up just now? Yep, a good woman. No match for you, of course. Sorry, Aneki. It's checkmate. The 2 of them pinned the witch down, the barrels of their guns. Worthless furniture. To think they'd been beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring. Beatrice-sama, we should retreat for now. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. Hehehe. Cackle, 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 cackle. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kyrie, but Renove as well, because a situation like this, with 2 guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure. Well, it's only natural that the predecessor Sama's worn-out furniture couldn't do it. I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me. I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated secondhand stuff. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust, with disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then, the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton. Come, arise, furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture, much stronger ones, cruel ones. Can we shoot her, please? Stop this bizarre act. I'll pull the trigger. Dude, do it! In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renove was shocked at that upsurge of magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst the golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kyrie had fired a round. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least, the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kyrie must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. A bulletproof barrier. In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation, even for the predecessor, had been. Renove's face was twisted in shock. And the surprise did not end there. The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. Oh no. Oh, the butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. The Chiester Sisters Corps? Even the predecessor wasn't able to summon Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice, and to do it so easily. Chiester 410 right here. Chiester 45 right here. You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it? From reading a picture book out aloud, to going on a date, to shooting down meteorites, we'll take care of anything, nihihi. If we don't take care of it, Pendragon-sama will get mad at us. Please, your orders, great Lady Beatrice. Rudolph-san, let's run for it. We're no match for anime like this. Sure, fuck this weep shit. I'm out too. Kyrie definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture. The scene was going so well too. This is an order. Kill the two who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here. I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over. Cackle, 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 cackle. The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. Forgive my presumption, but the predecessor Sama asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak. Oh, it's Lucifer of Pride. Long time no see, yeah? How you doing? Let's play together again sometime. Nihihihihi. You mustn't whisper, 410, you'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the great Lady Beatrice's order at once. Nihi. Well, yeah, we are on the job right now, Nya. Booted? Ring? What? System? What does this say? I can't make it out. Oh, is it an I? Guidance. Booted. Firing guidance system? Okay. Oh, chat is saying it too. Okay. Nihi, well, yeah, we're on the job right now. Yeah? 410, roger's that. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing. Data link with 410. 410. Data received. Target lock acquired. Commencing terrain calculation. Error calculation. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculation complete. Where is Hideyoshi? Data link to 45. 45. Data received. Checking hazard zone. Ah, that's no good. Lucifer Chen, better get out from behind us, or you'll get roasted by the backblast. Nihi. Thanks to their paired measurements, the Chiester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held. 45. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. Burning bow! A dazzling gold arrow is ready there. 410. Nihi. Firing. After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kyrie had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. Man, really? Rudolph and Kyrie, deserve to live after what they just did. What the shit, man? No one could block the guided shots of the Chiester sisters. No one could escape from them. And their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. It's like Freya's enchantment. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around. The exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. Rudolph-san? After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyrie's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kyrie. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time. What's this? Talk about overwhelming. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculously easy, isn't it? Yeah. This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from predecessor Sama's second-hand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way as I can think of. To think being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun. Ah ha 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 ha. From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human, she was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, two people were pinned and dragged along. Oh, damn. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kyrie had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back. Chiesters 4-5 and 4-10, order execution complete. We await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice. Please, your orders. From babysitting to playing online games with you, to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of everything. Nihihi. It looks like these two are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th Twilights. So in the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters. Or are they the 5 sisters now? I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and chest. But I can do that at the very end. I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right? Hehehehe. Wait. Have you already forgotten what I told you? Oh, it's you, Predecessor Sama. Do you have any complaints? Of course I do. You're doing whatever you please, aren't you? Why haven't you followed my directions? What's wrong with doing as I please, Predecessor Sama? Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest. I'll definitely clean these two corpses up later and drive straight stakes into their forehead and chest. I'm telling you, that is not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel, some people might take it badly. You mean your opponent in that game, the one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere? Renove told me. Damn that blabbermouth. Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is. If you go a little too far, that person will object, you see? Why can't this person just complain to me directly instead of making you take a message? That coward. Well, this is a resident of a different world from yours. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, that's beside the point, but... Which means that this person couldn't interact with me even if they wanted to, and I can't interact with them even if I want to either. Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right? Indeed. For example, perhaps you could say these worlds are like very close parallel lines. The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross. For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world. Morbing. They never cross, which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint, please pass this message on to them. I don't give a shit to them. What should I say? It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag. If only you just give up and die. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, Predecessor Sama, so please don't get mad at me. Cackle, 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 cackle. Oh, okay, I was glad she clarified. Yeah. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it. Predecessor Sama, there's something I find really strange. Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world and have him accept that you're a witch? Well, as to that, it's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect control. There was a single holdout who simply wouldn't accept me as a witch. Why would you need the approval of a human? Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans? Well, like I said earlier, magic is... I am a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point? In this world, right? However, since that person won't accept it, how should I explain it? I don't need you to. After all, isn't all this about a different world that never crosses this one? In other words, Sumari, that world might as well not exist. You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination. I'll say it again, it has nothing to do with me, and I am already a witch. Predecessor Sama, somehow or another, it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you, but I'm different. Even though no one has acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already. I mean, you got the power through the game that had a lot of setup to it. I don't know, like, Beatrice, you should know. Why don't you know? Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect, but that's out of kindness, not out of duty. I won't ask for your advice anymore, because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play from now on. So I will carry out the murder of 13 people as a final act of respect for you. However, there is absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use, or what I do afterwards. She really is Ava, holy shit. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beato's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, don't get in the way of my fun. Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand. I see. Then it is no longer my problem. Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it. I wish you'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now. After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher. Okay now, Chester sisters, see off my predecessor on her way back. Nihi, Predecessor Sama, please leave this place. If you don't, we'll be scolded. Throughout her body, Beato felt something unseeable from the Chester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. When Beato could not escape from the Chester sisters' attacks without preparation... Sorry, I said that wrong. Even Beato could not escape from Chester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. Predecessor Sama, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Beatrice Sama's mood any further. Predecessor Sama. Beatrice-senpai, I understand. I shall leave for now. I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So, after Beato vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing. Well, I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with an extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. I can understand that feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs. It must have been quite fun, judging by your antics in the past. Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen? Why have you started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well... There's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch, at least in the world on top of the game board. However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside of the game board, you need to have Battler-kun, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I am a witch, blow away his desire to deny me and make him surrender, he would acknowledge me as a witch, and it all went my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away. It's actually the opposite. Battler-kun was disgusted by your brutality. He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent. It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was the first step toward making him acknowledge you as a witch. However, it was actually the opposite. Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to acknowledge you. No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak even tighter. You were committing a huge error from the very beginning. Okay, so this episode, like Beatrice is one of the main characters instead of Battler. Like, Battler's barely in it, actually. Okay, this game is not torture to make Battler-kun surrender. It is a test. Oh, barely in it's a bit strong. It is a test in which you must try to make Battler-kun accept you. Ooh. I vaguely noticed that. The last game was a tough one for Battler. But as it seems you've already noticed, this game is a tough one for you. What should I do from now on? Think about it for yourself. Fortunately, you have already given up your pieces on the game board to the new witch. You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self. But Battler's already a massive hostility to me. He won't accept witches, so he won't accept me. In that case, what can I do to make him accept me? Are you saying that if the North Wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on? Me, after all this time? It's October now, the Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak right after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. Are you saying that I've been mistaken? The Beatrice Hall, the beautiful hall of the Ushiramiya mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like a gold leaf, and stained deep red with the thick spurts of blood. Thank you, Krutler, for another 1,000 bits with the message, I was waiting for your reaction to this part for so long. You did not disappoint. Great stream. Oh, I didn't? Okay, that's good. That's good. I feel like I don't like the Chester sisters, but I haven't, like, flown off the handle that much. Maybe because I'm a bit tired. I don't know. Oh, man. Check the pin. What's the pin? Joe uses the red. Is it that I like bunny girls? Is it that one? Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I don't like anime bunny girls. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I am reminded of what someone told me that K Legal said yesterday about now I can play Ravi Ruby 2. Oh, thank you, Krutler. Thank you, Synergize with Big Data for the bits. It's Steins Gate, but they lured you with 60 hours of mystery before getting you with the Niang girls Lamaya. Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm not owned. I'm not owned at all. Not owned at all. Nope, not owned. Not owned. As long as we don't go to a maid cafe, maybe it's gonna be fine. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kyrie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. That's fucked up. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still uncontainable excitement. How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives and deaths. With the power of the Endless Witch, the endless everything I paint with my mind becomes a reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. Hey you guys, have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never, Nihi. What about you, 45? No, I have never done it. My apologies. That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't, especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked, but I've always thought about it. I always thought about peeking in and seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I loved. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see it, you can't. You understand that feeling, right? The power of the Endless Witch can truly grant that wish. As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it. Yeah, we know. In other words, Sumari, it means I've broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything. That joy, there's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the Golden Witch. As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kyrie again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away, and she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Quit it! Eva! Huh? Ah, it's you. How long have you been there? In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun ready. The witch had settled... Okay, so where did you get the gun from? I thought they only had 2 guns. Did they each take a gun? Did Kyrie have a gun after all? The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He probably picked up Rudolph... Oh, okay, there we go. He probably picked up Rudolph for Kyrie's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest. Why did you have to kill Rosa-san and Maria-chan? And Rudolph-kun and Kyrie-san? Huh? I am the head of the Ushiromiya family, the Witch of Rikinjima. Everything that occurs on this island is all up to me. Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me. You went mad after finding Father's gold. Just how high must that gold have been piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to steal away your sanity. But if there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up? You misunderstand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except me. Giggle, giggle, giggle. What are you? Don't tell me you're that thing Eva told me about long ago. The witch Eva from when she was young. That's right. I am the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ushiromiya Eva, this whole time. And I'm a witch. Eva became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use magic. All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas sometimes. When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off of dragonflies. However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age. It was last week. Right now, you really are a child, a personality that I know Ava graduated from. That personality isn't Ava. It's a completely different human. That's right. I am not Ushiromiya Eva. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl, and I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want. There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek. You fool! Don't act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling. I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to. You fool! Fool! Ow. Ouch. Hey. You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile, but not that fragile a life is, aren't you? I'll make you remember. What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool? You're my wife, Ushiromiya Eva. If anything, you're witch of the kitchen, who can always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash. Won't you open your eyes, you fool? Did I just tell you that I'm not Ushiromiya Eva? You stupid fool. You. Ooh, as tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, the sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest. Ava. Ooh. Like I said, I'm not Ava. What a stupid, annoying man. You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you. If only you just hidden under some bed, shaking or something, eating Domino's pizza, I planned on letting you go. But no, you went to all the trouble of coming back. You really are a stupid man. Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second, and staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze. Should we make this one a new toy and play, Nihi? At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead. Yeah, right. What'll we do? The Chiesto sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it. It's such a killjoy, and it's all that guy's fault. I'm done. Renove, are you there? Yes, right here. Take care of the cleanup. I'll bet the predecessor Sama makes a fuss over this one. Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my predecessor Sama. Treat these three corpses as the fourth through sixth twilights. Lucifer, it's your turn. Lucifer of Pride, right here. Dig into these three corpses and gouge them. Into corpses? That's right. Got a problem with that? No. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that had been brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it in that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up, and with two of the sisters defeated, they had no right to question her. Only Renove appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding. Kill then gouge? Is such a thing possible? This is an order from Beatrice-sama. Lucifer, carry these three and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony. Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup. Certainly. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Stupid man. And you didn't even have to die. Dear, are the bunny girls bio and info yet? I don't know, let's see. Yes? Oh my god, they're British? What? Chester 410, a weapon in a contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with a strong personality whose peculiar style of speech tends to make light of people. She never likes laughing at people who are serious or can never relax. A little dyslexic, remember. She likes laughing at people who are serious or can never relax, which is why she's so fond of 45 and Lucifer. Her choice of words may be coarse, but she loves company and gets lonely easily. She gets depressed if there isn't someone talking with her constantly. 410 is particularly skilled when it comes to firing control, and she can wield unparalleled combative force even in close range fighting. Chester 45, a weapon in a contract with Beatrice. 45 has a methodical and timid personality, as well as a fairly strong persecution complex. It's like just two versions of the stakes again. Thanks to that, she's well suited to shoring up the weaknesses of 4410's rough personality when they work as a pair. She can't stand silence, so she'll often become emotionally insecure if she isn't being ordered around by someone constantly. 45 excels in search and decision-making capabilities. The support she provides doubles the competitive force of the sisters. Okay. And they're not dead yet. Dear. Dear, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me. The crash of a thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at the time, her fearful heart, I'm sorry, I'm really running out of steam, would probably have been instantly healed. I think we're overdue for break, right? Is Mouse here? Is this a good time for break, or should I push on to the next scene break? I think we're like an hour and like we're a little over break time. Sorry, even more. Push on to this next scene break and soon. Okay. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. Dear, answer me. Dear. Wah. Oh, okay. Does the Seven Sisters have an update? Oh yeah, because 2 of them are dead, right? Yeah, let's see. Oh, we get like ASMR rain for the break. That's good. That's good. That's good. How has sound been throughout this whole entire stream, by the way? Still good? It was Leviathan and Belphegor that died, right? Where do I see their name? That was Belphegor. Okay, so they haven't, yeah. It's been good. All right, so is this acceptable, like, permanently? Good as your blanket for it, fine? Yeah, it hasn't fallen down yet. Like, is this a, like, I'm not gonna leave this up, like, I'm gonna get something that's more sturdy, but, like, this level of audio, of, like, sound suppression is fine? Can I just say, some people in chat, when you mentioned you don't like anime bunny girls, said, what other bunny girls are there? The self-report holy? There's a lot more, but doesn't, okay, I don't know actually. Don't anime bunny girls come from the idea of the Playboy bunny? Or is it just a type of anime girl gets that? Because usually the leotard thing, it comes from the Playboy bunny, doesn't it? So like the live action bunny girls predate the anime bunny girls, yeah. Wait, I forgot Playboy? Yeah, and there's also the bunny girls in Final Fantasy, whatever. I thought it was just anime. The bunny girl lore drop. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Ciolus, maybe for the resub. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna make another tea, but I think I might see if I can scrounge a snack from somewhere. Anyway, be right back. Get up and walk around if you've been sitting the whole time. Okay, chat, I'm back. How's it going? Thank you to Kip S for the resub. Renove is the same VA as Yusuke and Carlos. Really? In the Japanese versions? That's cool. What a coincidence. Same VA from me too. Thank you, the Golden Glory, for the resub. Thank you for these streams. This last part got me hyped up to read the whole thing. Oh, really? Really? This last part did. Cool. All right. What a self-report again. What a self-report. Thank you, Mr. Okru, for the resub as well. Umineko Joe is the best Joe. Oh, really? How many different Joes are there? You doing okay? Yeah, I'm a bit tired. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm. It's been very exhausting week, but I think I can still go for another hour, and that should like put us on schedule, which is where we want to be, and set us up for tomorrow. Are we gonna guest tomorrow? Or is it just you? It's me and Mouse tomorrow. Mouse and I will be reading together tomorrow. I am making a tea after all, so I'm gonna go finish it in about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna sneak a couple biscuits to kind of perk myself up a little bit as well. The blanket is making you sleepy? Yeah, maybe. And a name reveal, apparently? Yes, I will be telling everyone my real name tomorrow. Watch out for it. But why? I'll tell you tomorrow, maybe. Or I already explained it yesterday. On Mouse's stream? No, Mouse will be on here with me on my stream. You should have staggered these reveals out more. It's not good pacing. Hey, big life changes, man. Big life changes. I'm new. Joe is not your name? No, Joe is not my name, no. If a chatter misses the name reveal, can they still call you Joe? Even if a chatter is here for the name reveal, they can still call me Joe. You don't have to use the, you don't have to use the real name. You can still, I just want people to know it. I don't want it to be a secret anymore. Why tomorrow specifically? Because there is a window, and the window has opened, and it is an irresistible window, and it also lines up with the reasons why I want to say my name. Wow, can't believe Joe has gotten so lazy that he can't even sit down and read on stream for a couple more hours. Already have the easiest job in the world, and yet this message was a decoy. Please weigh in on the ongoing Jad's discourse about whether Battler slapping Beatrice represents a failure of the story's feminist themes. Okay, what the hell? Why would you put that evil on me? No, no, no. Do not visit Umi stream chat. Sometimes characters in fiction do reprehensible things. Okay, sometimes they, and you know, you just have to go with it. Just have to go with it. Okay, just have to go with it. Don't worry, my lord. I'm already launching Nuance Exists artillery as we speak. What's the stratagem to get that loaded? Oh, man. Google the Icelandic flag. Icelandic flag. Okay. Oh, okay. It's the Icelandic flag, not like a modified British flag. Okay. Why are they from Iceland? Iceland is real? Because Iceland is a place that exists? I don't know about that. says a lot about society that we need to discuss Battler slapping a genocidal maniac. Merrick, how are you morbing this Discord argument without being there? Please, no, sorry, I'm being bad. I shouldn't read these out. I shouldn't read these out. No. Okay, you know what? I'm launching the stratagem. My tea is probably ready to be finalized. Be right back. Oh man, it's a dexterity check to sit back in this chair. Fucking hell. Oh man. He's gonna knock down the blanket. I am surprised I haven't knocked it down already. Pin? Where's the pin? Question, can I slap this girl who has killed my entire family many times and has been torturing me? For context, she's pretty cute and and it's International Women's Day. I just wasted that stratagem going to get the tea. I just wasted that stratagem. Thank you, Jamo211 for 1,000 bits. Hi Joe, hope you're doing well. You're literally the only streamer I watch, and I hope you know how happy you make people. Oh, that's a nice message. Thank you. What's the email that you used there? What's that one? Thank you, Jamo. Thank you. All right. Oh, they have the, what? Why do they have it? Does everyone get branded under the Golden Witch's insignia when they're... Huh. Anyway, 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsui, who had waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. There was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. They really are too late. Don't you think something might have happened to them? Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure. If something happened to prevent them from returning, a terrible thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for the possibility. That we're not getting any food. Natsui, I'm so hungry. So it really was too reckless after all. That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous? How foolish. Why go outside even though Rosa-san had just been attacked? Nothing will come from saying that now. At any rate, there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Ava, who's asleep with a high fever. I mean, you're being a little charitable to yourself there, Kraus. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she had had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling out for her husband. Eva-san. What is it? Are you okay? Where is my husband? My husband isn't here. Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time. Kraus was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Natsui understood her feelings. Calm down. Hideyoshi-san is with Rudolph-san and Kyrie-san, and they're outside right now. Outside? Man, if the roles were reversed right now and is Natsui crying and coming out like that, Ava would have taken every shot she had. If only your housekeeping would be better, maybe you would know where everyone was. if only you weren't taking those medications for your headache, maybe you wouldn't have had to have your husband hold your hand. Outside? Why? Why did he go outside? After he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed. Wow! Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi-san returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kyrie-san. Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did he go outside even though it's safe here? Why did he go back to the mansion? They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health and said that was partly why he wanted to go. When will they come back? When will they come back? Don't go outside. Don't go to the rose garden. Don't go to the mansion. Jelly, what does the feminist read on them everyone being killed in the Sorry, the golden witch is walking about. If she finds you, you'll be killed. You'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back? They left here 30 minutes ago. We were waiting for their return. 30 minutes ago. Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion to get food and come back? Why are you two just standing around here? We have to go get them. We have to hurry to where they are. Eek. Ava probably had quite a nightmare, and because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsui tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsui, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo, everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the rest. Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. They should welcome some extra hands. This happened right after Rosa-san was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to that. We should act with caution here and... Don't be a fool. What do you mean, caution? Are you saying we should let my husband die even though he might be begging for help? I'm going to look, and the cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go as well. You will too, right, Battler-kun? The more people, the better. Sure. And Ava, we're coming with you. We're coming even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. I can't be the only one to hide in a safe place. Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me. Got it? This is unbecoming of the heir of the Yusha Arena family. It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsui realized that Eva felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother. You're right. That should be fine. Let's have Nissan. Is it Nissan? This is Nissan, and it's N-E-E is Nei, right? Nissan's family keeping an eye on the guest house. This is a problem for my family and Battler-kun's. And I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming too, just in case. Alright, so Kraus, Natsui, and Jessica are dead.
Battler, Eva, George, Nanjoの4人は屋敷のホールにて。
Well, you see, the fact that Umineko takes place entirely within a mansion actually hints at the overwhelming presence of the patriarchy within the Ushiromiya family. The harsh conditions of the typhoon outside, created by a witch, for the family inside of the mansion, the confines of patriarchy, the devil they know, to seek shelter, and yet is never able to protect them. In other words, Sumari, though they rely on the patriarchy to operate, it will ultimately fail them. Well done, Jelly. Well done. In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the corpses of Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi. The 4th through 6th twilights. Then the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes. Yes. Yes, the demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's forehead, one in Hideyoshi's chest, and one in Kyrie's stomach. The disorder of the clothing on all three suggested they were fighting or running away. Since the 3 corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance. How did all 3 of them get overpowered by presumably one person? And they had stakes in their forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible, just like usual. Even though Renove knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking he would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. Oh, he's shipping them. But judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Yeah, it's true, yeah. Saying that she'd been given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her. But there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Renove remained silent, despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts. Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Renove, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red. Repeat it. Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline from repeating that. Ooh, the hell? What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Renove refused as part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded. He wants Beatrice to come and do it? My apologies. As of this moment, I relinquish my position as my lady's representative. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady. His point is a valid one. Renove is only a representative for Beato's side. If he steps down from that position, and if you will not accept Beato as an opponent, a new representative must be named. No new representative exists. Please, Battler-sama, please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Sorry, but that's advice I can't listen to. I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my opponent. My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game. As to her being unpleasant, I apologize in Milady's stead. Allow me to pledge that Milady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again. I wonder about that. Battler-kun, I also want to apologize as that child's teacher. I'll give that child a good talking to, so please offer your forgiveness just this once. It's like, I know that the running joke of the read-through is that like Battler and I are so in line sometimes, and some of the things that happen with the story I can get, but when it comes to a lot of the stuff, especially consider the dynamic between Battler and Beatrice, I am just like fucking rudderless, man. I have no idea what the fuck is gonna happen. Like they're apologizing to him because she's being childish to him. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't worry, we'll give her a talking to, guy who's denying her existence, and we're not even sure that we're on the same side anymore. And let's say it like it's just such a fucking like unpredictable fucking dynamic between these two. Jeez. I think that's why I'm enjoying it so much, actually, because usually, like, I've read so many stories and consumed so much media that, like, it's like that video that Resputin made, like, gaming for a non-gamer, like when you've seen so many stories, it's like you kind of already know, like, that's how I can morb so often with so many things that we play on stream, because I just know so much of the language and what the setup is going, like, whereas this, it's like fucking hell, like damn. Anyway, sorry. Hey, enough of that. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. And no matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beato can say that from her own lips, well, I might listen to her. Understood. If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize. Run away. Call for that child. Will that be alright, Battler-kun? Sheesh. Do whatever you want. Still, don't expect me to forgive her. Go get that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler-sama. I shall summon her here. Milady, Battler-sama is calling for you. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before. Did you call Runaway? I believe you heard. Is there something you have to say from your own lips? I'm sorry. Say it again, nicer. I'm sorry, Battler. Say it in red. I'm sorry, Battler. It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well, and she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. Oh, my hands were that cold the other day. I didn't realize how cold my hands were getting. I was walking over this big, huge bridge. I'd never been there before in Moncton. I actually left Moncton for a little bit on that walk. I was walking back and my hands were outside of my gloves for too long. I was getting like a drink and a protein bar ready to eat on the way back on my walk, and my hands were so cold that I was actually really scared. I couldn't feel them. I put my gloves back on and like I could like tap my hands and they were like so fucking numb. I was like, holy shit, my hands have never been that cold before. But they warmed up pretty quick. It was like a lot colder over the bridge with the river for some reason. You can leave Moncton. I went to Riverview. Riverview is like another city in the general Moncton area. It was my first time there. You went back? I had to, yeah. You didn't notice until then? Yeah, I didn't realize how cold my hands were getting, yeah. It was scary. Did you check to make sure your arms are really there? You never know. How have I been clicking the mouse? Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying. Dad. Kirie-san. Oh. Dear. Wow. Mother. Hang in there. Even for me, it's so crushing. So sad. There's a pen. Episode 3 is actually about the folly of middle management. Ronove's introduction to the Battler-Beatrice dynamic ultimately leads to the alienation between the two, and the addition of a new witch to delegate tasks to and new furniture ends up decreasing workplace morale among old employees, Beatrice, and the stakes. Thank you to Fib for the bits. Joe, if Natsui was into Persona and pegging, what the fuck? Joe, read them before you read them out loud. Fucking hell. Would she say, check it out, I'm in the Kraus-like carpet? Okay, alright. You know. Thank you, not really Dom for the resub. Thank you very much, not really Dom, and thank you Interior Crocodile Alligator for the resub as well. I need to calm down. Okay, hold on. They probably died instantly, says Nanjo. I'm sure that even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, it would have been too late. They fell? No, that's wrong. They were definitely alive. His chest was stabbed with something like this. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved. They would have definitely have been saved. It must be tough for you too, Battler-kun, but stay strong. I'm okay. It's okay, Nikki. Let me cry just a little longer. I've got it the best. I should be the least sad. So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine. That isn't true. I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both parents. I still have mother. That's much better than what you're going through, Battler-kun. No, that's wrong. Kirei may be dead and I'm sad, but Rudolph, he was an old bastard. It's gotta be toughest for you, George and Nikki. I understand, Nikki. In this group, you're the saddest, and the one who has it the toughest. I understand that, so I can't keep on sobbing like this. Why do you say it's toughest for me? To me, Dad and Kirei-san were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent. Since their parents, it was fated that they'd die before their kids. It just happened a little early, that's all. But it's different for you, Nikki. You didn't just lose your parents, who would have parted ways with you eventually. You also lost Shannon-chan, someone you should have spent the rest of your life with. You can't value human lives differently. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same. Should they? But still, the more life that person has ahead of them, the longer the future you're building together is, the sadder the fact that their death is. Nikki, you were engaged to Shannon-chan, right? You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, right? Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, stuff like my pain doesn't even come close. So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, Nikki. And yet, just because you act like a big brother to us cousins, you force yourself to act like you're so calm. Stop it, Battler-kun. George was trying to make a calm smile, but already he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face. There's no way I wouldn't. He said, right? Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind. We talked of dreams that couldn't all come true, even if we lived 100 years. Of those dreams, even the very first one. Having her move into my family register could not be granted, so there's no way I wouldn't. He's sad, right? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. Even when you're struggling to hold it in, I have no right to shed any more tears. We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us, so there's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Battler-kun. And for me too, there's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there? And Nikki. Nikki. Shannon, the one who shared my dreams for the future, is dead. Father's dead too. It's so sad, so sad. As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders to the people who had been so precious to them. Do you understand why I said that George and Nikki has it the toughest? I was listening, so I understand. Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like you witches. From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within that limited period as strongly as we can manage. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that, and I definitely can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys with them. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that. I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterwards. It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've got. That's what I can't forgive the most. George and Nikki lived his life by recklessly doing his best. He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon-chan no matter the challenges. That's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while. But still... Beato, for now, stay silent and listen. Indeed. It's International Battler Day. In a way, I understand your point. You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection. So considering your circumstances, I can just barely bring myself to understand your murders. Because to you, it's a necessary course of action. But that means all unnecessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes. In other words, if killing the 6 people, Sumare, if killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action for you, then all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets was completely unnecessary and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby. That's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive. Indeed. When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way, you apparently said something like, if they're going to be brought back to life in the end anyway, it doesn't matter how they're killed. I heard from Virgilia. Well, as to that, well, that idea that you can kill them as many times as you want as long as you bring them back to life in the end, isn't that a completely unnecessary action with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life? If you're going to kill, do it instantly. Don't toy with them. If you won't kill them, then don't bully them. If you're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life. So I can't accept or acknowledge you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life or the sadness felt when lives are lost. That is why the Endless Magic is known as a black art. The Endless Witch has no concept of limitations. She has no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing. For that reason, Endless Witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life and death. Like it's a game, that is a very, very frightening thing. So as an Endless Witch, and by my own choosing, I never reached your level. It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure. I had been told not to break vases, but that's why I wanted to break them. Then I gained the Endless Magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them, I was surprised at how fun it could be to break a vase. That is what's known as the Forbidden Honey. People are not captivated by what's inside. Is there a comma missing here? They are captivated by the sealed lock. It is truly regrettable. I want to ask you, Virgilia, why does this thing called the Endless Magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world? It is not limited to the Endless Magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler-kun, but in order to bring blessings to the human world, we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that is why we train so hard. Okay, alright, hold on. Stay strong, Battler. Magic doesn't exist. They're trying to lead us to a catharsis right now, a cathartic moment with like Beatrice, accept her, and look, we can all get along. Magic doesn't exist. How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over help the human world? It doesn't, Lamayo. When a vase that was an important memento is broken, if by fixing it everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again. I would be reviving it to give humans happiness. Are you stroking his jaw? No, shut up, I wasn't doing that. In that case, Beato, you fail as an Endless Witch. Indeed. There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about. Why do I keep playing this strange game against you? Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender. Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an Endless Witch in the truest sense. I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was simply as a way to kill time. There were no ulterior motives at work. Just now, I heard the definition of a witch from Virgilia. By that definition, you, Beato, are not even a witch. You're an apprentice who's still in training and who misunderstands her own power. This was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human. If you aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my opponent. Understand? You say, I am still only an apprentice? Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again? When can we resume this game? Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more. I can't understand if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness. No, I've said enough. You think about the rest. That's all I want to say. Fucking communicate! What the fuck? If you can't figure it out, try talking with Virgilia or Ronove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Virgilia. Okay, alright, okay, hold on. Let me pull up Discord. Go down. Alright, Umineko stream chat. I'm going to Umineko. Okay, here we go. All caps. Brace for criticism. Okay, brace for criticism. Okay, all right. In this time, in this moment, in this space that I'm occupying right now, okay, I think that they have declawed Beatrice too soon and too suddenly. She was actually pretty fearsome in episode 2 and the beginning of episode 3. I feel like she had, like, once she was on the screen, she was unpredictable. She was quite like evil, powerful, like really like not to be fucked with, you know what I mean? And you had to earn, like really earn knocking her down a peg and getting her on the back foot, okay? I feel like in this episode, ever since she did the 2 towers, she has become a completely different person. And I don't know if that's on purpose, or maybe a different part of her is just like resurfaced or something, or maybe it's trying to deal with Virgilia. I like it, don't get me wrong. It's not that I think it's a bad development. I like the development and I like where it's going. I just think that we maybe needed, like, maybe it should have happened in episode 4. I think episode 3, we could have seen more, you know, Beatrice like cooking and going so hard. That's what I think. I just think that this is coming a little too suddenly, and it doesn't feel as earned or right to me right now. I don't know. Now, I don't know why she's doing it. I don't know like what's real, what's not. I don't know like what's going on here. Maybe it makes sense in context and hindsight and all this other shit. But right now, with the information I have going for me, I feel like this is a little too sudden and a little too soon. Okay. So, little bit of criticism. As a treat. Virgilia, suspend the game for now. Now that Rondo has stepped down as a representative, all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent. Understood. Until Beato has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that alright with you too, Beato? I have no objections. I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I leave my seat for that? Yeah, that's fine. Well, then see you later. Wait, don't make that dejected face. Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive. Then maybe there's still some hope for you. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might lose. If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully. However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler-sama. Beatrice-senpai. Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now, it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Is the Rudolph Kyrie Hideyoshi thing even a mystery? Is that why the Shannon crash out was there, to like give that like scene some space? Huh. If Virgilia and Ronove are plants and they're still kind of working for Beatrice, this could all just be like some roundabout way of like getting him to start thinking about things and accepting a bunch of things while also thinking that he's in control. But it doesn't feel like that to me. Maybe it doesn't feel like that to me. But does that mean I'm just falling for it? Because I'm literally Battler, and I think Battler's falling for it. So if Battler's falling for it, does that mean I'm falling for it? Maybe I'm falling for it. With Battler at the same... I feel... this is such a unique place to be in a story. What the fuck? Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key. But those have been lost. It was already clear that those have been stolen by the culprit. Oh, they took the guns this time. That's weird. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked by with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. The bunny girls were fine, but when the hot woman stops being mean to me, I draw the line. I'm not even into that yet. What the fuck, chat? Why doesn't anyone believe me? I don't understand. I'm not even into that. Oh my god, there were a lot of bits. What the fuck? 10,000 bits? How are there so many bits? Thank you, Jamo211. George is so single. Holy shit, that's a lot of bits. It's more bits than I have on stream with entertaining chat. Thank you so much, Jamo211. It was like more bits earlier from you as well. Also, thank you, Red Thunder 5227 for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Holy shit, that's a lot of bits. Did I read this? At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. Fire in the guest house. If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived by noon. That's not much of a silver lining, dumbass. Eva-san, how do you feel? Please, try to take it easy. Thank you. I still feel like I have a fever, but it is no time to complain about that. For the children's sake as well, this is no time to be bedridden. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Netsui, and Eva. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack them from the second floor, but it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so they could fight if the worst happened, but Eva had to put a stop to it. Who do you think done it? What's your theory right now? My theory right now is really difficult to nail down, because I just, especially in this episode more than any other, I really feel like none of them did it, which means there has to be an extra person, but she read truth out of there being an extra person, which makes me think that someone doesn't count. And because someone doesn't count, there is an extra person, or maybe extra persons, and because of that, they're the ones that did it, so like but like I don't even know how to get started on that shit. So it's like, if they all count as furniture, there could be as many as 3 people, but if they count as furniture, how do they even count as like targets for the murder, right? You can't have it both ways, right? So that makes me think it's wrong. Died in the hall of the mansion with his forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Apparently they've got to be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Died in the hall of the mansion, her stomach pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. If the stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot, is it enough to just kill her in some other easier way and stick a stake in her corpse? Died in the hall of the mansion, his chest pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. That was careless of me, didn't think you were still alive. What? What does that mean? Was he not dead instantly when he fell to the floor? Who is this talking to? That's interesting. Another 10,000 bits. Holy shit, Jamo. What are those bits? Thank you so much. That's enough bits forever and ever and ever and ever. Thank you so much, Jamo201. Holy fuck. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you so much. What are those bits? Thank you also, Rusty Mountain, for the new sub 2. Welcome, Rusty Mountain. Thank you very much. That's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot of bits. They're red bits too. I am. Much longer is stream? The stream will be over at the end of this chapter. So I think next time we see Glass Shatter is the end of the chapter. What? Okay, I'm not gonna get it. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so they could fight if the worst happened, but Ava had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Krause and Natsui could understand that feeling. I feel like having this tea and biscuits really helped perk me up. I wonder if I should, like, when I'm reading, I wonder if I should have, like, a little snack every 90 minutes. Just a little, like a little, like, 100 to 200 calorie, like a snack when I'm reading. I don't know, I guess it perks me up a little bit. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second floor cousin's room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement. Do you dip the biscuits in your tea? I do, yes. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. And now we're going to see it. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind, and even what he'd been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted to become a top right now. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushiromiya George would have probably lived in a very different life. I'm sorry, and the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent as a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon Sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Like a seagull, just like Battler had, he cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she surely would be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around too. If he had died and Shannon chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind person he had wanted to be. The music! He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, but that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. Anyone else just not give a shit about this relationship? It's possibly the least interesting dynamic in the whole story to me. I just don't care. Shannon deserves better, right? Why is it that when people die, it's so sad like this? You know what? It must really suck being unconscious, Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered. It's always sad when you have to say goodbye. But when the person's old or there's some time, when you know beforehand that it's coming, sooner or later, that sadness gets spread out over a long period of time. When misfortune comes suddenly, it's sad because you don't even get that time. I see. So if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in hospital, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit. But when it happens suddenly, someday, you don't get that luxury. I don't know. I think there's something to be said about it happening suddenly, to be honest. I don't know. That period of time that can sometimes last for months or years, where it gets dragged out, that can be fucking brutal. Like, I wonder if there's like a sweet spot between it. It's going to be different for everyone, of course. But like, I wonder if it's like, you know, a couple days, maybe a couple days is good. It doesn't linger, it doesn't drag out, but at the same time you do get to say goodbye. But like oh my god, like when it's longer than that, I don't know. I don't know. The sadness is usually spread out over several years, closes in all at once. That's pretty tough. Sometimes it makes you feel a sadness so deep it can leave scars for life. Scars for life, huh? It's actually 3 weeks and 14 minutes exactly, weirdly. Oh, thanks, Dr. Mike. Okay. Huh, makes sense. Now I think about it. For grandfather's occult hobby, people say that's what caused it. That Beatrice, his mistress, died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together. Some people whisper that this is why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to occult research in order to revive the dead. If that's true, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit is the revived Beatrice, and the grandfather was reunited with her at the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her and then got killed by her. Even so, grandfather probably managed to meet her. He gambled half his life, and even though it was only for a short time, he was reunited with the woman he wished to see once again. I wonder if magic doesn't exist and he really was trying to like recreate his mistress in a strange way. And strange is putting it lightly. I just don't want to get back into it again. Like the original Beatrice, did she exist? I think yes. If she did exist, was she like LARPing as a witch? Was she a fortune teller? Did she get him into the occult and it was just like her hobby as well? Or did he like find the occult? Was he always interested in the occult and he found the occult afterwards? And then where did he really get the gold from? Because the gold really, maybe the gold doesn't exist. Like we saw it through Eva's eyes, but maybe it doesn't. Wow, it got dark in here. Holy shit, I can't see from outside the blanket. Then he got totally roasted though. Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life. That's not true. Even if it was only for an instant, grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved. And that would be true, even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent down to hell, even if that reunion only lasted a very short time, right? George Nissan. I wouldn't care if I met with the wrath of God and had my body burned, even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I would sacrifice the rest of my life to do the same research as grandfather. I want to talk with Shannon again, even if it's only for 5 minutes. Interesting. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. Okay, that's just kind of dumb. Aniki. When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. Can't believe we upset George. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. And on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onwards studying magic, which I don't believe in, by the way. Give me the power of magic and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. Oh, we're George! Oh shit, yeah, of course we are. Fucking hell. Ha ha ha. Sorry, you two. What am I talking about? If you could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be researching it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one researches it. That's because they know the dead can't be revived with magic. Sorry for saying something so weird. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange. Sorry for making you tiptoe around me, even though this is tough for us all. Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear this silence. I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. Mom's very particular about how she likes hers. Does anyone else want a refill? Battler-kun and Jessica Chan lightly shook their heads. Well, George is dead. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. Do. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. From the door. It did not actually sound like Nanjo answered me at all, actually. His voice sounded different. But you know what? I've never heard Nanjo through the door before, so I didn't question it. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, and she gagged. But she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Shannon. It's no good, even though I left the room to change my mood. That image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night, we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action when she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end, but even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. Okay, well, why don't we just wait for the police to come tomorrow and then we can check it. We don't have to go and do it right now. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. Haha. Has the shock of losing Shannon made me go a little crazy? I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. In other words, Sumari, that's because Western people knew of a miracle that can revive the dead. But because that miracle doesn't exist in Japan, we burned them. Now I understand. I understand why Grandfather idolized the Western occult. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him, Grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles which Grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushiromiya family, Grandfather met with her long ago, and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all of my remaining life. George probably... Do I still have the chandelier on the screen, by the way? No, I don't. Okay, good. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. This is not Beatrice, this is Beato. Get it right, game? It's not a game, it's a story. Get it right, Joe? My name's not Joe. Get it right? Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion. That is your wish, you say? If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? A witch? Beato looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded in the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength. Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name had been thundered for 1,000 years. Reviving the dead will be no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic should have been easy in the past, would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell, but that was a spell she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches were weak. It's a spell that witches with weak power use, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative, but in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly, to George's heart. George. Oh. Cool transition there. Ushumiya George, can you hear my voice? I can hear you. He's in the Velvet Room? Oh, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. Are you really the witch, Beatrice? Or are you an illusion created by my sorrow? If it's the former, please hear my wish. And if it's the latter, just leave me alone. Their conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? Have you ever had a dream that the conversation in this world was like that? So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner. However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this. I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you, or someone else using your name. As long as you exist as a real witch, I'll pay whatever cost you ask for. If you desire my life, take it right now. Please, I want you to bring Shannon back to life. If that's impossible, I'd be satisfied if you just let me talk to her for a short while. Please. I ask for nothing in return. I shall grant that wish. Really? Really? You'll revive Shannon? Indeed. However, my current magical power is not sufficient to use the magic of resurrection. Therefore, I must rely on your help. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate. If I told you, I don't need anything like that. I will chant the magic, then a gap will open in the door to the land of the dead. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap. However, you have strong feelings for Shannon, and those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? Will you help me? I will. Shannon's life will be restored. There's nothing I'm afraid to lose. George's George's fish shook in silence. Then he slowly came to his senses. He'd been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there. What the? It isn't a dream? Be quiet. I am very fragile, but not that fragile now. If any more humans appear, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Understand? George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream. Hideyoshi crying in the chat. Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. With the power of your feelings, we will bring her soul back. Back her soul. If you say go, but how? My mother and the rest are downstairs. There's no way they let us go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared? The window! Come to think of it, that is true. So Kraus and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well, then we just need to go to the mansion without going down to the first floor, right? It's simple. Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. Okay. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Ooh. Ooh. Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction of, or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. Come, let us go. Come with me. Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through water. And he did exactly that, and then fell and broke his neck. No, George did believe that, so without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet Oh, not bad. So you learned how to dance in the sky faster than I could explain it. George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. To be able to fly in the air, to swim in the air. You mustn't be bound by reason. Accept it as a natural thing. You mustn't fall back to your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein. Especially when flying high in the sky, inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to the earth. I accept things for what they appear to be. I accept things for what they appear to be. George repeated those words over and over. I would die instantly right now. He must not deny magic, no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit. I must say, you're doing better than when I first danced through the sky. Here we go, here we go, come with me. When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and the rain. What's this? Are the wind and rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that, but it may be too early for you, and it may be a misuse of time right now. Yes, the magic I need isn't that. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him. The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. That was hard to say. This illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes. Shannon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you. This episode turned out a lot different than I thought it was going to be. No! At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location. Now, all that's left is the 7th and 8th Twilights. Just 2 more and my obligation to that old hag predecessor is finished. I'll kill Kraus and Natsui. Let them die together like the good couple they are. Nihi? Where's the target, Nia? In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. 2 targets and Ushirimiya Eva identified, measuring anti-magic power levels. Data linked to 410. 410, data received. Anti-magic power levels are extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on a chopping board. Nihihihihi. What do you think, Great Lady Beatrice? When you give the order, we shall snipe right away. Please, your orders. You guys really are convenient furniture. Not all like that old secondhand furniture that's only useful for gouging corpses, right? Siesta sisters, please show me your skill once more. Prepare to fire. Giggle, 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 giggle. And carry out the corpses again, got it? Because I'll play with them a lot. No complaints from you, right, Ronave? Correct. As you command. At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was George flying through the fucking air. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination? Was that someone's presence just now? Did anyone feel it? My apologies, I haven't noticed anything, so please forgive me. We were in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance was set to off, Nihi. What about you, Lucifer Chan? Did you feel any presence? For just an instant, Lucifer glanced at Ronave, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Ronave gave a small nod in response. No. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. We noticed nothing. Forgive us the stupidity of a second-hand furniture. I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination. The witch persistently stared in the direction the presence had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay, and beyond that she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside and once again faced the guest house. Really? No, what a cliffhanger. No. No. No, 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 no. No. No, you done? No, I don't want to be done. Keep going. Keep going. You can't keep going for 40 minutes? 40 minutes? No, we can't. We can't. Luckily, you can play tomorrow. Play? It's a game? It's a game? Okay, so what do we think of this episode so far? Yeah, I should save. Go all out all this once. I'm too tired actually. I'm surprised I even got through this. I'm really really wiped. I came in 40 minutes before we ended, so I'm pleasantly confused. Oh, you didn't see the rest of it? Is this the first stream that you've seen of this? Because if that's so, yeah, you would be confused. What is your favorite episode so far? I mean, probably episode 1. I did like a lot of episode 2 and 3, don't get me wrong. I don't know. Like I just really like the intro. Like after the 4-hour mark, I feel like it was really good and it really shocked me in a lot of ways. So I feel like episode 1 is still my favorite, but episode 2 is not. Is episode 3 is not over yet. Episode 2 had some pretty cool parts too. I don't know. What about everyone else? Can we get a poll going? Which one's better so far? I can't say anything. I'm Umi full. What are your thoughts? Well, I'm Umi empty, so I don't know if I can even say proper thoughts. I need you to say your opinion so I can parrot it. Oh no. Oh no. Really? Episode 1 is the least favorite of people who haven't read it before in chat? Wow. Is it because the beginning is so boring and I'm just forgetting that? I really liked after the parlor scene. Episode 1 was a great time pretty much the whole time. And the shock of like what the shed scene did, even though like I understand why they were able to pull that off, like really got me. Episode 3 has had some really cool moments, but it's also had some really shit moments too at the same time. Yeah. Five hours of boring introduction and the Battler Beatrice Velvet Room scenes are missing. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm undervaluing just how much I enjoyed the velvet scenes between Beatrice and Battler. I think those have been better in episode 2, right? Just the ending of episode 1 was so good. It was so good. And the shock of all the people dying and just it just felt so like unpredictable and just anything could happen. Like you really feel I feel like episode 1 was the most successful in making me feel like I was actually in the mansion with the rest of the characters. I know that might sound cringe, but that's how I feel. I really feel that strongly. Like I felt the paranoia. I felt like anything could happen. Like at the end when they don't show Beatrice and you're just kind of like is she here? Like what? Like it was really unsettling, right? So I feel like there were probably better moments in episode 2 and 3 in terms of like the scenes are really entertaining and cool things, but like episode 1 landed that paranoia like so well for so long, right? And I really like that experience. So I don't know, episode 1 might end up being my favorite episode of them all because it was such a unique experience. Yeah. As someone who has read all of Umineko, episode 1 is my second favorite episode, but also at least 3 people attempt to murder me every single time I say this in Umifil. Really? Wow, some of the later episodes must be really good then. Episode 2 is the Red Truth, all the stuff between Rosa and Maria, the candy deaths, etc. Meanwhile, episode 3 is the Beatrice backstory stuff. Yeah, all 3 episodes have been really good so far. Really good so far. Like, we're arguing over, like, favorites of really, really great chunks of story, but I would say that that episode 1 is the best. Do you forgive the airport scene? I don't know. There are some parts of the airport scene that I think are good, especially if that candy line was there beforehand. But yeah. I don't know. Anyway, okay. I think that's it. We're gonna raid mouse. I just typed in house. It's mouse. Hello, it's mouse. I think we're also going to be raiding Jelly quite a lot too. I need to talk to Jelly about that. I would very much like it if we had some more streamers in the community that I could raid like consistently after every single stream. So if you're someone who is a streamer and likes to watch me, and I don't know where your schedule is, and like we can talk and maybe like build up some sort of like rapport or something like that. I don't want to just blind raid somebody, but I like the idea of having people on Jads that we can raid whenever I'm done. Building the Joe, but yeah, kinda. I like that idea, right? Hey Joe, I'm a streamer sometime. I'll raid you. I'll raid you, Rodney. I'll raid you real hard. Like, absolutely. Anyway, thank you again, Jamo211, for the just insane amount of bits. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here we go. Enjoy the raid. Enjoy your free mana coins. Oh, I get some free mana coins on the mouse stream too. Okay, and anyone who's stuck around, thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna be doing more Umineko, and yeah, thank you for putting up with the week, the kind of weird week with moving and everything like that. I really appreciate it. Thanks for not being weird about it too, chat. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.